reduction and budget outlook. We're going to turn it over to the state budget director, Kevin Hibbert. Kevin, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I just want to walk you through the 3 steps that we implemented to address the financial situation we're in. Step 1 was the contract and position freeze, which helped increase the reversions to the general fund, which were 67 million. We're still chasing a few $1,000,000 more. However, it does include FMAP, Department of Health.
It's going all right.
COVID actions. They received a decreased percentage in their Medicaid payments. So that resulted in an additional $16.5 million of reversions. Step 1 also included a limited number of RIFs and helped cash flow. What I mean by that is by freezing the positions, we did not have to RIF as many people because those positions were accomplished through attrition. Step 2, reduction is implemented. I will explain today 2 handouts. Step 2 also helped us with our cash flow. Step 3, proposed additional 10% reductions. We are currently working step 3. We have had many governor hearings in recent weeks, and we are wrapping up these hearings, and we will soon have a few agency callbacks. I provided 2 handouts to the LSO for today's conversation. For step 2 budget reductions, or $335 million. In step 2, 11.5%. And the following information that I will provide does not include the legislative or judicial branch additional $4.5 million step 2 reductions. You may track this conversation on our budget website under news and notes in the 2021-2022 step 2 COVID-19 reductions portal. All the information is there, including the 2 handouts and every agency budget for step 2. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions as we move along, or I will also stop and pause at the end of each document to ask for questions as well. The first document is the state agency budget summary, the B1. You should all be familiar with this. This comes along with the governor's budget every year. I just want to talk about the columns. Column 1 is the agency description and number. Column 2 is the latest budget appropriation. Column 3 is the department step 2 reductions. It's important to note that in the B1 statewide, this is all inclusive, general funds, federal funds, special revenue. I have a handout later that I will discuss that will show the relationship of the funding distribution. That will be the next handout. There are places where general funds were reduced, then supplanted by federal funds where we found that opportunity, or other funds where we found those opportunities. Column 4 is the governor's step 2 COVID reductions changes. Currently, this column is only the general fund reductions for major maintenance. Major maintenance follows in line with the JAC's draft 21 LSO-021 Emergency State Funds Management. If you refer to your last proposal, this is in line with that. What it does, at the end of the day, major maintenance was reduced from 2% to 1.5%. Or it began at 128.8 million. We reduced it to 96.4 million. That reduction happened in this fashion. We cut $80 million of general funds for major maintenance. That leaves $48.3 million in general funds. As prescribed in step 2 for those agencies with major maintenance narratives, you will see that the governor is recommending a clawback of $48.3 million for major maintenance from SIPA. The end result is a reduction in major maintenance of 1.5%. So we will claw back 80.3 of the $80 million cut that's represented on the second page of the handout.
And Mr. Chairman? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I got a question. Kevin, on the reductions for the phase two, the 11.4, 10%, whatever that number really is, how many actual, I know we had 150, we talked about state employees and DOC. Of course, a lot of those are probably vacant positions. So how many actual positions where there were live people did we reduce? Or did we pink slip, for a lack of a better term?
Mr. Chairman, 26. We cut 274 positions. 101 of those positions were what I call orphaned positions, or positions that didn't have funding in them. And then 173 additional positions that were cut with funding, 26 of those being RIFs.
So then, Mr. Chairman, out of 7,500 employees, we riffed 26, but we had a reduction of 11% in a $3 billion budget. So if it wasn't in personnel, which usually drives a budget, so was it wasn't programmatic cuts, because I looked at the programs, there were very few programs cut. So was it just shifting funds around, or it wasn't people? And that's a broad question, and you see it in the sheet where it all is, but is there any way to, it just doesn't jive in terms of, if you had a 10 or 11% cut, you would have had more RIFs, I would have thought, and you don't have any elimination of programs. So where would the big part of those reductions be then?
Mr. Chairman, I think that was the number one question that I anticipated today, and that is the relationship. I think, to just put it down to brass tacks, is what's the relationship between position dollars cut and contract dollars cut? And to tell that story correctly, you have to include the Department of Health. The Department of Health has 11% of their budget is personnel, and the rest of it is largely contracts. So that skews the whole conversation. If you look at this from the perspective of that, including the Department of Health, it's about 2.5% position cuts, and then it's about 6% contract cuts. And I'm talking 600 and 900 series. If you take out the Department of Health's budget from those analytics, you'll discover that we are very close to the same percentage in labor and the same percentage in contracts if you eliminate the Department of Health. Again, the Department of Health skews the conversation very heavily because their majority of their budget is getting delivered either through the 600 or 900 series.
One follow-up to that then, Mr. Chairman, and of course, one of the areas I've always felt we should take a hard look at is mental health and substance abuse. And that would be a contract, as I understand it, it's all general fund dollars. Was there any reductions in that area, or was it primarily with the Medicaid side of things, like adult DD waiver and some of those issues?
Mr. Chairman, we spread reductions throughout the Department of Health's budget, and they are on tap to have a conversation with you this afternoon, and for that specific purpose. So, Mr. Chairman, column 5 is the total step 2 COVID reductions, including general, federal, and special revenue. Column 6 would be the remaining budget after step 2 reductions. I want to talk a little bit go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thank you. So Kevin, could you go over what you did with major maintenance again? So I understand the reduction part, but then the clawback part. So what you're basically saying is you didn't cut anything? Is that right?
No, Mr. Chairman, we actually cut in the end of the day, by moving the major maintenance, the first thing we did was we moved major maintenance down from 2% to 1.5%. That reduction is cutting $32.2 million. And originally, all of major maintenance was generally funded. So that cut took it from 128 million to 96 million. Now, what we did in order to accomplish this, because the governor cannot bring up SIPA, he will through a recommendation later in the supplemental budget that you can act upon. What we did was we cut the general funds by $80 million. And then what will take place after that is there's the $32 million that we cut in cuts, and then $48 million, which we will claw back from the SIPA. So right now, the $80 million is representative of the $48 million that we cut that we will supplant with the SIPA, and the true $32 million reduction from going from 2% to 1.5%.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, just to follow up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Kevin, so clawback from SIPA, is that statutory that you can do that? I mean, you have access to SIPA, so you can spend SIPA, I assume, in your budget?
Mr. Chairman, that's a really good question. We cannot bring up SIPA dollars. The governor cannot. So what we are doing is making a recommendation in the supplemental budget that you will receive to claw back the SIPA, which needs to be appropriated by the legislature.
Okay, so in essence, you aren't really cutting that. You're just making a recommendation, we cut that. Is that correct?
So at this point in time, we have cut $80 million with the expectation of clawing back $48 million from SIPA with your approval.
Gotcha. So, okay, Mr. Chairman, so I think I'm finally getting it. So you've cut it. We would have to reinstate it with SIPA if we wanted any of that reinstated. That's correct?
That $48 million, yes, that would have to go through the appropriations process.
And then my final question along this line of discussion is I know UW's in there because of major maintenance, but community colleges, they get major maintenance in a different form, right? Or they do their own major maintenance?
Mr. Chairman, I have the breakout. So you have the state construction department, you have the University of Wyoming, the community colleges, and state parks. All of them are included in the $80 million reduction, and then the clawback from SIPA. I can read those statistics if you'd like me to.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like it because I see the 50.8 million under the state capital construction, which probably must include community colleges because it's not under the commission. And then I see the 29.7 million for UW. So maybe that 50.8 million in state capital construction, maybe if you break that down a little, maybe then I understand it a little bit.
Yeah, the remaining $58 million is the community colleges, state construction department, and state parks. So do you want to hear the cuts or do you want to hear the beginning of appropriations? Because I can read those off. So the step
Mr.
two.
Chairman, out of this sheet you gave us that has 50,872,000 for state capital construction, I would like to know the breakdown of where that cut comes from.
Perfect. So the state construction department is $29,926,204. That's $29,926,204. The University of Wyoming is already delineated on the report for you. So the $50 million also includes $17,356,000 for the community colleges and $3,945,657 for state parks. That's 3,945,657. And I'd be happy to send along this spreadsheet that I have to LSO staff, and they'll hand it off to you, and it'll be very clear from the beginning to the end.
Yeah,
And if
please do,
Troy
Kevin.
Lose is listening out there, Troy, go ahead and send that report over to Don Richards for me, please.
Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, at the same time, could we also see what you're proposing, how to split up the clawback dollars?
Yes, in that spreadsheet, the clawback dollars is included. And if you just, I can read them, but it'll be coming to you here shortly and it's all completely explained to you. But if you want me to read them to you on the clawback, I can.
No, the sheet is fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Co-Chairman Nicholas, you got a question?
So, and I presume these are all general fund dollars, so the 3.95 for the state parks, is that general fund dollars?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hibbard, in the event that the legislature doesn't approve spending SIPA dollars on that, what you're calling a clawback, is the state prepared to take that kind of reduction in our major maintenance? I think many of us on this committee, including the co-chairman from the Senate, has discussed what a mistake not doing major maintenance was in history. And so just kind of a little thought on what the backup plan is if the legislature doesn't go along with that change in funding source.
Mr. Chairman, then the major maintenance would lose an additional $48 million if you do not allow the clawback from the SIPA.
Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that I'm correct, Kevin, here as I read this, just using the governor's office for an example, that $830,800 is sum total of all manipulation of funds in their federal, other general funds. And so if we wanted to look at purely the general funds, we could go to one of your follow-up handouts that you provided to see that general fund reduction is at about 1.3. Is that, am I reading that all correctly?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. Could you explain, or is there a breakdown of the 29.926 from state construction, where those dollars came from? What were there projects that were allocated for and not expended? Is that part of, where did all that dollars come from?
Mr. Chairman, I can get with state construction and give you the breakout for the planned major maintenance.
So that's strictly major maintenance. It's not projects. It's not anything else. That's my question.
No, we're just on the major maintenance conversation now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Co-Chairman Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, on the UW side of it, there's the cuts that are there, and I know we had some legislative priorities that were pretty important to the legislature relative to matching dollars, School of Energy Resources, and other projects over there, programs over there. Could you break down? I know initially I think the cuts might have included a lot of those that we in the legislature thought were pretty important, but I believe that's been changed. But yet there's still, I think, $6 or $7 million that are high priority legislative programs that have been cut in the university budget. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Mr. Chairman, I can, and we're on the major maintenance side of the conversation. I think what you're looking for is the CAPCON side of the conversation. There's another bill out there, 21 LSO 0020. That would be your state-funded capital construction budget. And on page 4 of that, it delineates the state capital construction priorities in your CAPCON bill.
Mr. Chairman, no, that's not what I'm talking about, Kevin. I'm talking about the reductions that you made in, the phase 2 to the university's budget, where initially a lot of that had to do with some of the programs the legislature had as a high priority in terms of matching dollars. And that was substantially changed, but yet there's still some in there in terms of the reductions the university made. And some of those were programs that were, well, they were one-time money if they were matching dollars. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I believe I understand now. Thank you for your patience. The University of Wyoming is also on tap this afternoon, and you can go into the University of Wyoming's budget that's posted on the website for step 2 and see those as well. But this afternoon, the University of Wyoming will be explaining their step 2 reduction.
Representative Larson, you had a question, or Chairman Bebout, you want to hold that for UW when they come on?
Yeah, and I'm pretty well aware of what I said I think is accurate, and I was just getting confirmation from Kevin, but we can talk to them about it. Thanks.
All right, Representative Larson.
Thank you. And mine kind of tags onto that a little bit. My question I was going to ask was, has the University of Wyoming actually implemented any cuts to date? But my question would be, of these reductions that you made, are there any agencies that have not fully implemented what you've suggested thus far, what you put in place thus far?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the University of Wyoming is in the process of implementing those reductions. There are some statutory changes that are necessary for the implementation of the step 2 reductions. We have the B11 being worked on that, and we're just making the final decisions on how to handle whether we B11 money out of an agency's budget that requires a statutory reduction, or if we hold up on taking that money until we get to the session and see if we can get the statutes changed. So that's what we're working on right now, but it's just a very small subset of agencies that have statutory changes that are necessary in step 2 that we're talking about. But otherwise, 98% of everything in step 2 is being implemented. I'm just shooting from the hip, but you know, there's just not a whole lot of dollars out there. I will give you an example. This afternoon or tomorrow, I will be talking about the state budget department. And in our reduction, our step 2, we recommended that we don't print the budgets for the legislature. So when we talk about the reorganization plan for the state budget department tomorrow, I'll ask you what your thoughts on are electronic copies, which we can provide without any cost, or if we want to continue to provide hard copies. But that's one of those statute entanglements that we have, and it's $9,500 for the state budget department for printing.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a question for Dawn as it relates to this major maintenance cut. So my question, Dawn, is if this 80 million, is that part of the reductions that we would have seen in the profile, you know, in the goldenrod?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Summers, you are correct. We incorporated the $80 million in the final column 3 of numbers in the LSO profile. That brings the total up from about 253 in general operation reductions plus the $80 million from the major maintenance. One more comment. I would say that the governor's recommendation in this area is identical to the bill which this committee passed in July.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Any other questions on this committee for Kevin? Kevin, I got a question. So when I look at electrical and fire safety, one of the things that I see that they reduced their general fund budget by 550, and then they turn around and increase their, or 650,000, and then turn around and raise their fees to recoup 550,000. Is that truly a cut, or are we just passing stuff on? And so what was the discussion with the budget department with agencies that are doing the swap?
Mr. Chairman, throughout this next presentation, on the next spreadsheet that I'm going to have a conversation, I'll be walking you through how that happens, okay?
Okay.
There are places like fire and electrical safety that they take a general fund budget cut, but they're bringing up special revenue from either their fund balances or their fees that they collect. And in this other document, it'll lay that out for you, but you're correct that it's not a cut to the overall appropriation to government. It's a cut in general funds, which are then supplanted by either federal funds or special revenue.
All right. Well, you want to jump into that now?
Sure. If everybody fully understands, I'm just going to hit a couple of quick things on this. The statewide B also has the funding reductions by series, which would be the 100 series labor or 900 series contracts. You can see that. And it also has the summary of the federal funds cuts, which leads us to this document here. So if Tamara, or excuse me, Karen would like to pull that up, I'll walk you through that. So Senator Hicks, I think your question is a great segue to this document that I wanted to provide for you, because it's clear that there are these general fund reductions with either that are followed through, like the governor had said this morning, that sometimes if you cut general fund, then you can't match federal funds, and sometimes it's 50-50 or 75-25 reduction. That's in here. And also what's in here is those areas where we brought up other funding sources to supplant the impact of the general fund cut. So for example, fire and electrical safety is 041. And it's bringing up $550,352 of the $650,352 through their special revenue fund.
So Kevin, on that, are those funds that are already deposited with the agency in that account, or are these anticipated new funds that they're going to encumber because they're raising their fees? How does that work?
A combination of both, you know, leveraging the cash balance plus fee increases.
So what agencies have the rulemaking authority? Do we know, as we go through this thing, I'm curious as to when we see that, where is the authority to raise those fees? Does that lay with the board, or are those legislatively authorized assessments that they can do that?
Yeah, so for example, Mr. Chairman, the livestock board, they haven't implemented their full capability on their fees. But then in other cases, those are where we have the need on step 2 for legislative changes to the fees as well. That's a very small subset in step 3, but that's going to expand dramatically. And excuse me, that's a very small subset in step 2, but it's going to expand dramatically when we implement step 3. And that was your conversation earlier this morning about looking at all the fees that Michael had shared with us to see what we could do as far as helping ourselves with fee increases. But those are statutory things that we have to change in step 2 and step 3. I can provide, and I think I've already provided to Don, step 2's statutory reductions. And later on, I'll talk to you about how we're handling that in step 3.
All right, you want to, oh, go ahead, Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got some specific questions. If Karen would go back to that sheet, I'd appreciate it. Okay, there we go. Thanks. And when I look at 006 A&I, the 7 million, we talked about this the other day, Kevin, and I believe a substantial part of that were leases. And then we have the auditor and the treasurer, some pretty good amounts, but there again, based on what you said, there are really no pink slips. So just for instance, those 3 areas, the reductions, if you could talk about what they are. What I'm trying to get at, Mr. Chairman, is that, you know, are we really having reductions that we're going to see the benefits of long-term? Or are they some short-term issues or one-time money that they look good now and they're there now, but down the road, this all may very well come back. And we've seen that before where we made the reductions. And then of course, you know, money comes back, oil goes up, and they all come back in anyway. So that's the concern I have about these reductions. They're just going to be a short term, and there are areas where it's really not a reduction in government. They'll be back in a year, you know, a budget cycle down the road. but those are just three specific ones that reach out. And when I look at it, maybe you could speak to that, Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, I can. In the case of leasing, that reduction is sustainable or is being navigated to be sustainable. In the $254,551,202 general fund reduction, 10.7 of that is one time if you take out the FMAT situation with the Department of Health. So $10.7 million is what we took from one-time appropriations. The remainder of that is structural or ongoing reductions.
Thank you.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Kevin, maybe, we talked about fees earlier. We had a prior discussion that talked about fees, and we'd asked for information on fees. And then it seems clear in these step 2 that some of those we knew that some agencies had the ability to increase fees within a range or however the statute's designed. Can you provide a document that basically lays out which agencies increased their fees for these step 2 reductions and how much, which fees and how much?
Yes, I can do that for you. And just on top of that would be, some can take actions on their own part without legislative action, and others require statutory action. So for example, the state parks going from being able to do their operations from their state park fee collections, they can do it at 30% takedown now. In order for them to implement a portion of their step 2, they would like to have legislation to increase the takedown for operations. So that's an example. It's not always just a fee increase. It may be how the statute is structured, how the agency can spend the funding. Another example would be the Secretary of State. They have an ask in there, a small ask, but they will need to have statutory changes as far as the deliverables for them in order for them to be able to implement their step 2 reduction. It's not a fee increase, it's just statutory changes.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dawn, I think, Dawn, this question would be for you, I guess. It'll be similar to the last question. So my question, Dawn, is these, if there were fees that need legislative authority through statute to do, that wouldn't be in the bottom line in the goldenrod, right? That wouldn't show up, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, the cut would, but the supplanting fee would not.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Committee, any other questions for Kevin here? Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm just walking down through this list. And so to follow up on what was been requested before, I think for every agency that has other fund reductions and transfers, for example, like the governor's office got 550,000. The Department of Ag's got 127,000. We just want a breakdown of what each one of those are and where they come from so that we can know how they were derived. In addition to the fee concept, for example, I'm looking at tourism, and tourism has a reduction of what, 2.6 million? So the question is, where did that come from? And if for any agency where we increased funding in the last budget cycle or two, and so we're going back to where they were based upon in a relatively short space and time, I think we'd like to know that as well.
Mr. Chairman, I can provide you that detail, and just if you get curious late at night and want to go navigate, also on the State Budget Department website, we have a compendium for these reductions, and you can it's a PDF file. You can do a PDF search, Department of Tourism, And you can go to the department priority table, and then you can navigate and see what their reductions are on the department priority table, nice and clean. And then you can go into the individual division and units and see that information. So in these funding swaps, I will get you a summarization of each one of them, where they're coming and going to. For example, the governor's office is related to FERNERPA. I have all those notes myself. Not a difficult task. I'll be happy to do it.
Committee, additional questions for Kevin? Kevin, I've got a couple of them, and one of the things that would help when I looked at like Department of Education, and they just did a fund swap. So they reduced their general funds and then just said, well, we're really not going to do any reductions. We're just going to take it out of the school foundation program. I think it would be helpful to see the statutory authorization to do that. Another one would be the state auditor. The 3.3 million of that, none of that money came out of the state auditor's budget per se. It was just to go into another agency's legislatively directed appropriation and completely pull that money out. And would be helpful for me to understand where they have the legislative where they have the legal authorization to be able to do those fund swaps. And
Right,
maybe go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do have a summary of the legislative activity in the state auditor's office. I believe what you're talking about is the Game and Fish's reduced license fees. It's a general fund appropriation. And then we're using that to balance what we're faced with right now. So strangely enough, or to provide absolute clarity, there's these places that agencies have funding inside of their budget that they really don't have control over. We put them there, we place them there for administrative purposes. The reduced license fees is a really good example for the state auditor's office with the Game and Fish. And then in the treasurer's office, we have the motor vehicle registration exemptions. In these agencies, they're carrying the budget, and then we act upon it through that agency. But we did not hold the agency to those reductions. We showed those reductions, but the actual agency's reductions are predicated on the division and the general fund that they're actually receiving it in. So back in 2016, we learned a lot about this. We don't want to force the agencies to make a general fund reduction on a target that they're simply administering to. So we've seen to that. Those are two examples.
Well, I guess, Kevin, I guess one of the things that's confusing for me is that didn't come out of the auditor's budget, that came out of Game and Fish's budget. And while I realized they're off the general fund, it was still a general fund appropriation. So why wouldn't we have shown that as a reduction to the Game and Fish Department's revenue instead of the auditors? It's misleading the way it's accounted for.
Well, I believe there's challenges associated with it, but the state auditor's office carries the general fund appropriation by statute for the Game and Fish reduced licensing. The final impact is, yes, the Game and Fish is going to have to come up with that $1.6 million rather than getting it paid back through the general fund appropriation in the auditor's office for the reduced license fees. And that is in these summary sheet that I have available for the statutory changes, et cetera.
Okay.
I do have that information.
Okay, what about with the Department of Ed where they just swapped from general fund to school foundation program?
Yeah, that's the Department of Ed's recommendation to supplant the reduction from the Department of Education with the Department of Education funding. 800 and some thousand.
All right. Committee, any other questions on this? All right, Kevin, you want to wrap this section up?
Yes, let me get back. I've got like 15 different things open now. So let me see if I can get back to my handout. So basically, I think that the committee understands what the the report is for. And I like the dialogue. I like the conversation we had. We created this report because we wanted to make sure that we were transparent about how the money was moving from place to place. So the report that we provided to you, we anticipated that question, and I'm glad that we had a handout for you. So just to go through some final comments, Mr. Chairman, posted on the website is the Step 2 reduction books. These books include all the Step 2 reductions. They include each agency's reduction priority tables and followed by narratives and unit, where you can go in there and you can do the deep dive where you have questions, or you can just pick up the telephone and I can help you out. These narratives explain the reduction consequences. So you can go to the narrative themselves and you can see the consequences, associated funding and position reduction information. Also, they include the governor's recommendation, and more importantly, the governor's recommendation includes whether or not they're ongoing or one-time. And then also at the tail end of the recommendation, it says if it's to be biennialized for the 23-24. These are all things that we collaborated with the original JAC letter, and LSO and the State Budget Department have collaborated with through the experience that we had in 2016 to try to get this all to you as clean as possible. Mr. Chairman, we're providing Step 3 reductions in the same fashion, and those will be provided to you in November 16th in the budget book. The plan will be work closely with the JAC legislature in December and during the session to implement Step 3 reductions. To that end, we have implemented 2 IBARS improvements. So in Step 3, looking in my rear view mirror, I wish I would have had the 2 features that we put into IBARS for Step 3. In Step 3, there's an asterisk in the department's exception priority table. So when you read the priority table, you can see that asterisk. You'll know that that's going to require a statutory change. Also, we've added a section D in Step 3. That section D will be the narrative that will include the statute and the necessary changes or recommended changes in the statute to implement a Step 3 reduction. We believe that Step 2, we didn't have a high level of significance as far as the statutory changes, but Step 3, we're in the belief currently that we're going to have a significant amount of work to collaborate with the legislature in order to implement the Step 3 reductions.
So real quick, Kevin, and then I'll go to Senator Bebout. When we get that with the Step 3 and we see those agency reductions, especially if there's personnel involved, will we be able to see where those personnel reductions are coming from? In other words, some of these agencies have offices in every county. Will we be able to know whether those are coming out of the Cheyenne office or the regional office or the county office? Will that be available? How will we know that, where those are coming from?
Mr. Chairman, I think that that's a delicate process for us to manage together. We want to focus on maintaining the best level of morale that we have. So the recommendations the governor makes, there may be a significant number of RIFs that will be required. It takes us about 3 months to go through the RIF process. But for example, we don't want to put into a budget recommendation something that we just aren't going to do. You know, you heard the governor speak earlier today about closing the penitentiary. So we don't want to send a message to the folks that are working in the penitentiary that this is on the chopping block, when in the final answer, the likelihood of us going to the extent of closing the penitentiary is unrealistic. So we want to work with you on that. And I will take any opportunity to collaborate with you, work with LSO directly to try to get you some information in addition to the public document that's necessary for us to do this in a professional fashion.
All right, I think I understand that answer. And I understand the sensitivity associated with that, Kevin. With that, I think go to Co-Chairman Bebout, and then we'll go to Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. that was the area I wanted to talk a little bit about, Kevin, and I understand the sensitivity and, you know, of course, with where we are now through the phase 2 was implemented by the governor and well within your statutory authority, other than some exceptions that we talked about and we'll have to deal with. But if we go to phase 3 and, you know, it'll be submitted to us, I believe the second week of November, and then we will work the supplemental budget bill in the second or third week of December. You know, I think it's going to be reversed where now it'll be your recommendation, but we will review and make recommendations, put in our supplemental budget bill. So we'll have the final authority subject to going through the full legislation, of course, the governor's veto. So I want to talk a little bit more about how we are able to work together on that. So we really, when we see it all of a sudden, the second week in November, that we have an idea what it is maybe beforehand, and then to be able to let the people and the citizens of Wyoming get a feel for it as we go into the supplemental budget to then make those real reductions, which will be in that bill, and go forward to the general session. And I hear what you're saying, and maybe the co-chair has got some ideas on his thoughts about this, but I want to be sure that we have as much coordination as we can have so there's no surprises on either side.
Mr. Chairman, perfect. Because my last comment for today is that we received two different communications at two different times from the Joint Appropriations Committee about how we can help facilitate your requests. The most recent one was on October 8th, and we're working right now for the agencies to facilitate those requests in their step 2 narratives, their step 3 narratives, and in collaboration with the agencies for the remainder of those requests. We are not resistant to working directly with the Joint Appropriations Committee to find a way to get information to you so that we can go through this very difficult process. And we know that there's going to be a significant level of deliberations with the Joint Appropriations Committee, and then ultimately you're going to have the responsibility to work that with the legislature. So we want to help, we want to get it right. And the last thing I'm going to say about this is we've done this all through IBARs, and we have a very clean process. We don't want to cause confusion. We want to get to the answer. We want to have it very clean. I do believe that step 2 and step 3 are light years beyond what we did in 2016 as far as how we've managed this process. So that's exactly what we want to do. We're all in this together, and it's very complicated, but just reach out, send me a letter, send me an email, pick up the telephone call. I know the governors and the policy officers are in the same place on this as I am.
Well, and one follow-up to that, Mr. Chairman, of course, we haven't got into K through 12, and that's we're going to have recalibration. Who knows where that's going to go? The way it's set up now, Kevin, is there'll be a meeting the last 3 days of this month to pretty much receive information and reports, but the heavy lifting on that will be done probably after the JAC meeting in December. So what are your thoughts on that? Are we going to wait till the recal comes forward with recommendations, if there are any? Have you given that any thought?
Mr. Chairman, you're spot on it. You know, as far as the general fund side for step 3, we are scrambling to get this right, get it perfect, get it to you. And the education aspect, that's a different process, and you laid it out pretty well.
All right, I think Co-Chairman Nicholas, you had a question?
I don't know if it's a question, but just some comments consistent with kind of the thought processes that we've been talking about, the questions that were asked and the co-chair's statements. So because we are going to be short on time as we get into December, I want to try to facilitate getting as much information as possible from all the agencies where there are issues with regards to the potential location of the budget cuts and the amount of the budget cuts. So that when they come and present to us and when we start putting together our recommendations, we have the most information possible for the JAC members. For example, I have a suspicion that most of the JAC members are not going to be too excited about the Department of Education using school foundation dollars. And so what we may want to do is make a request to the Department of Education through leadership or through some other mechanism to propose alternative cuts. And so we know what they are, and they can be ready for something like that. So what I want to do is, as Mr. Co-Chair, is kind of develop a thought process on how we can go about doing this and start that process now. We may have those same issues with tourism. We may have that same issue with the state parks, because, we know that they're funding and those funds go to certain locations and they're made for certain things. And now they want to change where those dollars are going to be directed, as opposed to doing other programmatic cuts or employee reduction cuts. And if we have issues about that, particularly with all of the senators and House members who have particular agencies under their purview or have a particular interest in agencies, what I suggest is that perhaps you can either communicate with the co-chairs or directly with those agencies to express your concerns. Let us know what they are so we can start developing this list of questions to ask and information to be derived. And a good example to me is the Secretary of State's office. We want them to continue, they're a revenue source for us, $14–16 million. And several times we've gone about raising fees for them to help. We could do that and take care of their budget cuts plus raise revenues. If we just went to $60, $50 a year on filing fees, it would be a substantial increase in revenue both for them and for us. We just added people to Department of Revenue over the course of the last 3 years based upon the efficiencies reports and things like that, where we added people. And yet, if they take personnel away, our understanding is, at least idealistically, that those people are put in there to help raise revenue for us. So why would we want to reduce any type of FTEs or anything like that with the Department of Revenue? And there are other agencies like that as well. And so more information and more questions we can ask now on all those agencies and present them to the agencies, I think the more efficient and the more productive we can be as when we get to December and January.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Kevin, go ahead.
Go ahead.
the step 3 is positioned to work with the legislature because we understand everything that the co-chairman has just explained. So we're going to work through that process. So what I've tried to convey today is that LSO's got the fees, they're working at, and you guys are working that together. The next step to this is the big 5. 80% of this entire conversation lands on the big 5, the University of Wyoming Community Colleges, Corrections, DFS, and Department of Health. So that's another aspect of that. And then we provided to you today this funding spreadsheet, because I felt that this was a necessity for you to start getting an understanding of how the swaps worked and the relationships of the special revenue and also the federal funds. So I think those 3 would be the top priorities for trying to get focal points on. And we have, in step 3, got the asterisk on the department priority table, and also the new section D that talks about the statutory changes that are going to be required to implement a reduction in step 3, which is hopefully exactly what you were asking for.
All right, committee, any other questions for Kevin?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Bebel.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just one thing to mention, Kevin, it's only my opinion, but I really think that it's sort of disingenuous to create budget reductions by shifting and bringing other sources of revenue and offsetting and various things like we just talked about. So, I think that's the wrong way to go. And I would, if I see that, I'm not going to be too enthused about looking at that as part of reductions. If we're going to really do reductions, we ought to do them. To just shift funds and do things differently, I think that gets away from the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. And
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
My opinion.
Yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
humbly, Mr. Chairman, I disagree on a couple of different bases. First of all, if we have done our homework and we've dug in on what we could have been doing perhaps in the last 10 years that we could be doing now with federal funds, I think we should do that. That's an opportunity. An example of that is that we've got some key players, some really fantastic new chief financial officers inside of a couple of different agencies. I'll leave them nameless, but they have went about making dramatic changes and looking at their agency's budgets and saying, here's something that, that we're doing. So really, if you think about the efficiency initiative and everything we've been else talking about, one of the most important things about, unfortunately, being driven by COVID-19 is an absolute unmitigated charge at trying to do things better, and perhaps we've missed opportunities in the past. So I just like to make that that I'm not overly uncomfortable about all of the shifts, but I did want to make absolutely certain that we shared what they were so that you would have an understanding of them.
Well,
All right,
Mr. Chairman, I get that, and I understand what you're saying. It's just that I think you've explained it well, and we just need to be conscious about that as we move forward. And yeah, sure, we do need to be cognizant of some of the things going on with DOH and the different area there. But as we put all this together and it moves forward, I think that's something we ought to keep in the back of our minds. Thank you.
Yeah, I look at it, it's going to be a case by case, agency by agency scenario, which I think is going to take a little more time. So with that, committee, any other questions for Kevin on the on this topic of budget reductions? Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate it. Kevin, I don't mind the budget shifts. We just have to be transparent in what we do if we so choose to go down the route of fees. I guess my question back to you and back to the agencies, and it goes to our first question on fees, is did you hit all the main spots? I guess, did agencies hit all the fees that they could hit? Have we maximized that opportunity? Are we wasting our time going down that path now as a JAC, since you guys have kind of touched on it? I don't think we have, but really, what was the guidance to agency with respect to whether to look at fees or to look at, changing statute even, on fee structures? So,
Mr. Chairman,
what was the guidance? Have we went down all the available tracks?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Kevin.
Chairman, I think the most important driving factor of this whole conversation is, in the beginning, is that we have to be sensitive to the fact that the state of Wyoming is a major player in all the economies in all the cities and towns and counties in Wyoming. If we're impacting the economy already with step 2, we'll impact it further with step 3. But in step 2, it was largely predicated on what the agencies could do with what they had authority to do. Step 3, you're going to see more of the narratives about, okay, if you want to get to this and mitigate the impact to the economy, then consider a statutory change. And I think that dovetails into the exercise that LSO is doing with the fee review itself. But you have to make that, that's a legislative involvement, an area where we have to collaborate.
That answer your question, Representative Summers? All right, thanks, Kevin. Committee, any more questions for Mr. Hibbard? We want to let him off this easy? All right, I guess we're done with you for now, Kevin, but don't get comfortable, whatever you do.
I promise you, sir, I will not do that.
All right. All right, next item we have on our, well, do we want to take public comment here on this section or wait till we get all the way through it? Guess we're done with Can't hear that. Anyway, I think we'll wait. Right now, Karen, looks like we're scheduled to have the University of Wyoming before the committee. Are they in the waiting room? Don?
Mr. Chairman, actually first is Secretary of State and his deputy. And in addition, all of the elected officials were invited. And I believe after the Secretary of State speaks, Auditor Racines and Mr. Carroll from the Superintendent's Office would also like to address prior questions.
Well, good. You've got the updated agenda. I'm just working off the one you mailed me. So with that, we'll go to Secretary of State Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, members of joint appropriations and other legislators I see standing in today. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for the invitation and see if there were any questions you might have for our office. I want to concentrate mainly today just to inform you of some statutory changes that I am asking the legislature to make, which will help us meet the 10% in the second round, actually, that we communicated to the governor's office. So as you know, most of the duties of my office are defined by law and are statutorily driven. Elections, business registrations, investor protection enforcement, those types of things. And so today I just wanted to let you know a fairly significant cut that we made in that second round involved postage and all of the supplies that go along with mailings that our business division is responsible for. So, for example, every month we're required to mail out notices to business entities, for example, if they're delinquent on their annual reports. If we send out prior to that 3 courtesy notices, and then finally we send out dissolution notices if people don't eventually comply. But anyway, that all tallies up to about 12,000 mailings per month, which is about 156,000 a year just from the business division. That doesn't include anything else. And so we've identified a cost savings. Again, this is second round, so this is already out the door, but that was a little over $85,000 a year. And so we have a bill before the Joint Corporations Committee, which is 21 LSO 92, and that's going to incorporate some of the changes that we request with regard to mailings to certain entities. And so that's all the time I'm actually going to take from you, unless you have any questions. I just wanted to let you know that it was interesting to hear Kevin say, and I totally agree, the third round will definitely involve a lot of legislative directive. But for us, that even began in the second round, and we were proactive in that regard to find some places where we could be more efficient, and then we'll rely on you folks to help us make that happen with some of our statutory obligations. We'll still meet the obligations. It'll be just in a different form, like email instead of postage. So, and I told you I'd be quick, so there you go.
Co-Chairman Nicholas, I've got a question.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Buchanan. So just so you know, and because you're the Secretary of State is one of my agencies in terms of assignments. But what I'd like to do is sit down with you between now and December, walk through some of the fees that you charge on various things, and also walk through your mailings and stuff like that, because I'm kind of a fan of still sending out mailings, but I want to make sure that if we can find ways to enhance your budget and actually raise some funds as well, so that as an alternative, I'd like to do so.
Yes, Representative Nicholas, I agree with that. We've gone over and we've got all that information ready for you. We actually have about 214 or 215 different fees that we could review and go over. And then we can certainly talk about mailings. I would say that 90% of those mailings that we're talking about cost savings are to commercial registered agents. And so we've also found ways to consolidate mailings too, because for example, we have one agent in Wyoming that represents over 50,000 entities. And so if we don't do it with postage, one thing we've done is we've held some things and sent them, and saved money in a bulk mailing versus, piecemeal too. So we're looking at all kinds of ways to make that happen. So we would welcome that discussion.
All right, committee, any more questions for Secretary of State's office? Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ed. One question, and I think we're really in good shape in Wyoming with our election laws and counting the ballots next week. Do you see anything out there from a budgetary standpoint that could prove to be an issue for you?
I do. In the second round, we gave the 10%. In the third round, we could not get to another 10% without putting our maintenance monies and our contractual obligations for hosting voter registration databases. We couldn't get there without putting those things at risk. So I'm glad you asked the question, because I'm to the point where I made the second round, which was the first 10%, and I cut some technology maintenance there, but I do not want to go any further with that, because that would have the potential to affect my ability to maintain the systems I have when it comes to elections. We're at the end of where we can go on elections, so I appreciate the question.
All right, committee, any other questions? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Buchanan. I was just going to ask you about the counties and how you think this might affect their elections. I've been hearing with the new election equipment, everybody's really pleased with it. However, the subscription has doubled in some of our counties that are keeping our polling places open in the smaller areas. And so could you speak to that a little bit? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which subscription was that? And Senator Steinmetz, did I hear you say subscription or something along those lines?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's what we had heard, that the subscription and maintenance service had doubled on those new machines compared to where we were at before. And so they're looking, rather than $10,000, at being $20,000.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that, Senator. I can check on that. I know that Andrea Byrne in my office had mentioned something with regard to that from the clerks. And to be honest with you, I'm trying to remember what she told me. There is a difference for the first year of maintenance that they will pay after 2021. But I'll have to get with her to get some more detail for you. But I will touch base with you personally on that and get you a more complete answer, because quite frankly, I can't remember right now all the detail that she told me. So, but I'm glad to hear that the counties like the equipment. I would say this, one of the things that you need to kind of keep your ears open for will be cybersecurity monies for the future. As you know, we've picked up the cost for election equipment for the counties, but we also want them to undertake, and I have begun a process to strengthen their physical and their cybersecurity. Physical security is pretty easy to get a handle on and spend relatively small sums of money. Cybersecurity is another issue. And so that's something on the radar or on the horizon that we need to be cognizant of, because we can have all the great equipment and we're doing all the right things and everything is great right now, but there are some things I would like to do cybersecurity wise that would be well worth an expenditure sometime in the future.
All right, committee, any more questions for Secretary of State Buchanan? Ed, that looks like that's all the questions. Thanks for visiting with us today, and we'll be in discussions and talk to you in November, December. Thank you.
Sounds good, sir, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to turn this over to Auditor Racinas for a few comments to the committee. Welcome, Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity. I didn't initially intend on offering any comments, but since my office was brought up and used as a good example, I think I just wanted to offer a little bit of clarification. You brought up a good point. Within the state auditor's office, there are three, there's one budget that I control, that's our administration, and then there's three other pots of money put there by the legislature, which I do not control or certainly don't think I do anyway. And your comment was the game and fish license revenue of about 1.6 million was cut and is shown as a cut to my budget. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to let you know, I don't think that I should get credit for that reduction any more than you do, but I did want to point out a bit of a clarification. The state auditor's office, my administration budget is about 17 million general fund, and we did take a hard cut of 10% to that amount. So the 3.3 of the 3.3 that was cut from agency 003, the state auditor's office did take a general fund cut of 1.6, well, no, about 1.7 actually. And so I just wanted to offer up that clarification that we did participate in that cut and will certainly do whatever is asked of us by the committee.
Well, thank you for that, Christy, because that does help clarify that, because it wasn't clear to me, and I think it gets back to Representative Summers' earlier comment. It's not as transparent as we can see because I couldn't ferret that out. And I don't know how anybody would unless you sit through those discussions. And if we at JEC can't figure out where that 3.3 million that's credited back to the state auditors come from, I'm sure the public can't either. So I think just moving forward, that's something we need to work on a little more.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree. And Director Hibbert and I had those conversations when, when we went through this process, and we didn't really like it either. So if there is a better way to show it, I'm not sure that there is statutorily right now, but I'd certainly be open to suggestions. But I just wanted to make sure you knew that we did cut hard general fund dollars that we don't anticipate will be coming back.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions for Auditor Racinas? All right, Christy, thank you for the clarification. Don, who do we have up next?
Trent Carroll has joined, and he also has a clarification on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Okay, for Superintendent Balo. Trent, we're going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trent Carroll, Chief Operations Officer with the Wyoming Department of Education. I'm here on behalf of Superintendent Balo. She had other commitments today, but she sends her regards. And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to briefly address a couple of the comments and concerns that were expressed about a funding swap that is proposed in our Agency 206 General Fund Step 2 reduction plan. So I believe the funding swap in question here is a funding swap of $884,183. And Mr. Chairman, just to provide a little bit of background on this, members of the committee probably recall a discussion that you all had with us last December as we were going through our agency, our biennial budget requests. And the committee asked us to review all of our budgets in Agency 206 to identify why we had some programs funded as general fund, some as school foundation program fund, some divisions we had different pieces of those funds contributing to positions. And so that was really an initiative that we took on over this interim We would started on that even before we got into these general fund reductions. But it allowed us through that work to identify some positions that we really feel should be funded from school foundation program funds. And so this funding swap of $884,000 is specifically for the school foundation program team within our finance division that manages the school funding model, our data collections that feed into the school funding model. They support school districts with all things related to school funding. And so, Mr. Chairman, it really seemed like it was more appropriate for that team to be funded from the school foundation program funds. Now, I think it's really important that I point something out, because I know that there may be some confusion about what happened here. So, Mr. Chairman, we did not just increase school foundation program funding on its face. There is a dollar for dollar decrease that we've entered in Agency 205 from our Unit 4702. And this comes from some changes that we've made to, and that we're continuing to work through, to some longstanding or legacy IT systems that we use to collect all of our data from school districts. We've been working through a process to better automate some of that over the last couple of years. And we feel like beginning next year and into the future, we will begin to realize some cost efficiencies from that work. And that is really what allowed us to shift the funding for these positions. Because you're right, if we simply decrease general fund and increase school foundation program funds, there really isn't a quote savings. And so we had to find the funding to support those positions from somewhere, and we did. And you will see in the supplemental a decrease, a dollar for dollar decrease in Agency 205. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that answers some of those questions, and I'd be happy to provide more information to the committee or answer any additional questions you may have.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so Trent, so let's get to what your reductions are. So you really only have what, 707,000 in reductions. Is that 10%? Does that constitute 10% reduction in your agency?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, our 10% target for general fund in our Agency 206 is just over 1.8 million. It's $1,808,632. Now, we were able to accomplish some of our reductions through the funding swap that I just described. We also had a funding swap for one position from general fund to federal funds. And then we had some other reductions that were just flat out cuts to those units.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay, or am I cutting out?
Oh, you're good.
All right, thank you. So Trent, I don't see in good conscience how you guys can just shift money to school foundation when we're in a bigger hole on the school foundation side than we are on the general fund side. So regardless of where you think, those positions have been in that, through that, with that funding source for quite some time, I suspect, out of the general fund. So, and so it'd be one thing if you were if we were shifting to federal dollars and that was stuff that the state of Wyoming wasn't going to have to come up with, but to dig a little hole to throw in a deeper hole, to dig out a deeper hole to throw in a little hole doesn't make much sense. So, what are we going to do about that? Because I just don't see that sticking.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, I understand your comments. And, frankly, our general fund situation within Agencies 206 is we don't have a lot of choices. If you recall a couple of years ago in the 17-18 budget, when this was Superintendent Belo's first budget that she really participated in, we offered up multiple general fund positions voluntarily. And then through the 8% reductions that we went into the subsequent year, we lost even more positions. And so we've realized over a 10% reduction in general fund positions over the last few years. So when we go through our general fund budgets, the largest general fund budget that we have in Agency 205 is the funding for the St. Stephen's Indian School. And that's required under statute. We have several units of general fund positions, finance, information management, our superintendent's budget. Many of those positions contribute to what we count as our indirect costs for purposes of our federal awards. And we actually recover some of that money back to the state general fund because of those positions existing from the general fund. So, I guess suffice to say that our options are pretty limited. I would stress that we did not increase school foundation program funding within our budget. It is a net to zero transfer from Agency 205. So we have not increased the burden on the school foundation program funds, but we fully appreciate that we're going to have to look at those budgets too. We're not blind to that fact. And we know that tough decisions will have to be made, and we're ready to work through that with you.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So Trent, did you cut any actual bodies in the Department of Education?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, we were fortunate that the position that we did eliminate we had a vacancy on that same team just a few weeks before we had to do this. And we were able to shift an employee into the vacant position and then eliminate a vacant AWAC general fund position. So we did not have to eliminate any filled positions. We did eliminate one vacant AWAC position, and we transferred a general fund AWAC position from general funds to our federal TANF funds.
Thank you.
Committee, any other questions for Trent? Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, one of the things we did last session, I think we worked hard at it and didn't get to where I wanted to, but we eliminated some reports. And given what's going on with our revenue stream, and we do have way too many reports, I would hope that, between now and when we get into the next general session, as we look at some further reductions in the Department of Ed, you look at eliminating some of the reports, and therefore you'd be able to eliminate some of the corresponding positions and become more efficient overall. We just have too many reports, and I dove into that and tried and didn't make a whole lot of progress. And so maybe that's something you could consider. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we will do so. We have been working on that for a couple of years. We know some of these reports will need to remain, but our goal is to really automate so that we don't have as much of a burden on people. These computer systems between the school districts and the WD can transfer the data as we need it. And that's really our ultimate goal. But we will continue to look for any efficiencies that we can find with our data collections. And if there's anything we can remove, we would love to talk to you about that.
All right, committee, any more questions for Trent? All right, thank you, Trent. And Don, who do we got next keyed up?
Mr. Chairman, entering the room is a large contingent from the University of Wyoming, including trustees McKinley, trustee True, trustee Brown, and trustee Marsh, as well as President Seidel. And I believe there are some support staff in a consolidated room.
All right, Don, thank you. With that, I guess I'll turn this over to start with Ed Seidel, President. If you want to take it from here, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Hello, everybody. It's nice to be able to spend some time with you. I've gotten to know a number of you in person and also some on Zoom, but to look forward to getting to know all of you in time. If it's all right, I'd like to just start with a summary of where we are and a little bit how we got to where we are from the point of view of within the university, and then maybe just open up to questions. So maybe it's worthwhile, since I haven't really had a chance to talk to all of you, just to say a couple words about where I've come from. I've been a vice president for economic development at the University of Illinois, and also worked at other university systems. I've spent a lot of time thinking, therefore, about the value that a university brings back to the state, particularly in laying the foundation for economic development. So just my instincts are very, very aligned with what the interests are of the state, and to try to figure out how to best position not only during a budget cut, but then through any process as we think about building programs in the future of the university, how to make sure we're best positioned to bring back value to the state. And this involves in particular working very deeply with university communities, with our community college colleagues who will be joining you shortly. I spent a lot of time getting to know them, getting to work with communities and also corporations and businesses across the state, thinking about how we can best supply the talent that is needed to grow the economy of the state and to increase the well-being of the state. So you'll be hearing a little bit about this as we go forward. And when I think about kinds of things that we're trying to do as we position the university to be as effective as possible. So just a little bit of history, at least from my point of view. I joined the university on July the 1st as the president. So I'm just 3 months in and a bit, learning a lot of things coming at me, but I'm actually enjoying this role, and I'm actually honored and thrilled to be here in the state. And enjoyed having already 2 snowstorms this year, which is, for me, it's a lot of fun. So I would say
Ed,
that,
so Ed, how do you
yes.
like the hot seat? You jumped into the fire now. You
Well,
jumped
that's
out of
part of the job. That's part of the job. I would just say it's not, it's not what you would like to start off with, but it sort of tests you out a little bit. So let's just say I hope I'm doing okay. But let me just say then, when I came here in July, even the week before, a couple of weeks before, I had a budget memo to the team here at the University of Wyoming on the strategies that I would like them to look at in terms of reducing the budget. We knew this budget cut was coming. And so I asked, first of all, that we get a group of students and faculty and staff and people from the staff senate and so on to work together, because this is a shared governance organization, and that's an important activity going forward, and you'll be hearing more about that. And then to make sure that the budget reductions were as strategic as possible. And so, of course, it's in a sense easy to just numerically cut everybody's budget by 10%, but that's not at all strategic. And so it's going to take a lot of effort to think about what we can do to make real decisions about reducing programs or eliminating them. Which ones should those be? And then how can other programs that we think are important for the future be not only preserved, but actually in some cases strengthened? And so we're going through a process now that I'll come to in a minute. But I laid out 4 particular themes that I think are very, very important for the future of the university and the state. And that is, for the first one being, the university should become more digital and computational. It's the 21st century. And so we think a lot about computation impacting all of our lives. The second one is that the university become more entrepreneurial in the sense of both bringing in additional revenue streams and having faculty hustle for grants and for philanthropic and corporate partnerships and so on. And then to think about how do we actually support the development of entrepreneurship so that students are able to be trained in the tools they need to create new businesses, and the faculty themselves may be encouraged to actually do this. And this is thinking that I've developed as a VP for economic development. The third pillar of this, not only budget cutting, but thinking about the university going forward, is that we need to become more interdisciplinary. And by that, I mean, the university has lots of different expertise, from law school to business to civil engineering and physics and everything in between, arts and humanities as well. And all of these things are often needed in order to address the kinds of problems that the state faces. And so we want to make sure we can bring to bear all of our expertise to help come up with solutions for the state. And then the fourth area is that we are more inclusive. And by that, I mean, we want to make sure that students from all across the state, from every income bracket, from every ethnic group, and from, in fact, from across the state and across the world, are able to come here and to be successful. And that also provides ability for us to have better ideas with people from different backgrounds. So this may sound like a long speech, but these are then things that we use to guide how we cut budgets. So we want to cut things that do not contribute to those 4 pillars and strengthen things that actually do. So about a month or so after I got here, we had a many, many meetings. We had a meeting with Governor Gordon, and we had a formal letter with Trustee Marsh and me explaining how we were dealing with the budget cuts, at least our first level plan that requires a lot more development for the final plan. And I'll come to that in a minute. But it includes things like the 10% cuts to some of the specific call outs like tier 1 engineering and the WWAMI medical education and SER and so on, as well as a block grant cut and then how we act. So we can do this numerically. And in fact, our budget is already cut. So we're spending less money, but we have to think about how in the long term we actually configure our programs to address that. So another thing that we had to communicate, though, I think to the governor, and just so you all know, is that a university is a complicated place. And so it requires, for example, that we understand our revenue sources, and a lot of revenue comes in from tuition. And in fact, in the August timeframe, it looked like we might be down as much as 15% in terms of student enrollment, thanks to support from the governor with the CARES Act funding to help cover student expenses for those who were disadvantaged by economic problems due to COVID-19. We were able to address the shortfall of enrollment very significantly, not 100%, but we're down something like about 3 or 4% by the time we finally did the census. But the point is, we wouldn't have known what the tuition revenue would be, and of course grants and contracts, and there are many, many sources of revenue that come in. So it's hard for us to understand exactly our budget. And then on the other side, on the sort of faculty and staff side, of course, our faculty have property rights, and so we have tenure agreements with faculty, and so they cannot be terminated just at the whim of the president or anything like that. So we have to think very, very carefully about how we are able to deal with any budget reductions that we do with our staff. Then, of course, the university has many regulations, and so I can't, even if I might want to say, just to pick one that of course I wouldn't want to cut, which would be computer science. I can't just cut computer science or any other department without a lengthy process. So we would need to have a process that has been initiated that I'll get into in a minute. So there's a lot of process in all of this that requires faculty engagement, faculty senate engagement, and board engagement, and so on. So of course, ultimately, the board of trustees, and we have senior representatives from the board, including the chair of the board, Trustee Marsh, here with us. They're the ones that actually have to approve budget changes. And in fact, they're at the September board meeting, through a process known here as Regulation 2-12, the board instructed me to come up with a budget reduction plan. And according to the regulations, I have 45 days in order to develop that plan. That plan has to be delivered to the board therefore on November the 1st, next Monday. The board will weigh in on that, they'll study it, and then they will get at the next board meeting in September, in the middle of November, they will decide either to accept it or to change it or to send it back to the drawing boards and so on. So it's a long story, but I needed to just lay out the fact that there are a lot of different constituents that have to be consulted in all of this. So the budget reduction working group that I asked to be formed in late June, and then was through the instructions of the board back at the last board meeting in September, has just today provided me, or is in the process of providing me, with their initial recommendations on how we should cut the budget in terms of the strategic plans, what kinds of programs might be eliminated, what kinds of other programs might be augmented, how might we take advantage of certain efficiencies and so on in order to cut the budget. And so in fact, that's about to be released probably any minute. I know the Faculty Senate, it will be a group that will be seeing that in about, I don't know, roughly within an hour or something like that. So that plan, which I have now seen, has just been produced and will be then commented on by the faculty. We may then have to modify it based on Faculty Senate comments and Staff Senate and Student Senate comments before it goes to the board on the 1st of November. So maybe that's enough I could just stop there for a moment to see if there are any questions, but I'd like to get into a little bit more about specifics after that.
Committee, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So President, thank you for being here today and Board of Trustees. I guess what I'm struggling a little bit with is here we are almost in November, and you're just about to reveal to us what your budget cuts are going to be. And that's still going to go through a process. You've been on board since July. We've had these conversations since June. You sense our angst?
Well, I can understand that we'd all like to see quick progress. And so in fact, we have cut budgets already in terms of the way we're having, for example, attrition of faculty and staff and so on. So there are ways that we can immediately cut the sort of the cash flow. But in terms of the long-term plans, the processes require these kinds of consultations with faculty, senate, and boards and so on. And so I think we're moving at pretty rapid speed.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So when did the specific talks on long-term budget reductions start?
Well, I would say they started immediately in terms of when the Budget Reduction Committee was constituted back in at the very last week of June. Of course, then we had more specific instructions from the governor the 1st of August or first week of August, roughly. And then, of course, our first board meeting after that was when we could put together a case for the board to weigh in was September, roughly the middle of September, something like that.
So Mr. Chairman, is there a rule or law that says you can't meet as a board earlier on emergency situations like this and get the ball rolling?
I'm sorry, was that the question was for me?
I please, or to whomever.
Yes, in fact, the board can meet an emergency session, and we've had a number of meetings. For example, we meet every week with the executive committee and with the finance committee, not every week, but quite often. So,
okay, sure seems
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I kind of want to take off on what Representative Larson had to say. And first of all, President Seidel, thank you. And thanks for coming to visit. I appreciated the visit a while back. I enjoyed that conversation. Thanks for coming out and seeing the western part of this great state. I've been an ardent supporter of UW since I've been in the legislature and while being on appropriations. But what makes it really hard to be an ardent supporter is when you don't in a timely manner do your cuts. And so it puts pressure on all of us that are kind of faithful supporters of UW when it doesn't appear that you are in fact moving the needle as it relates to cuts. And so I guess what I want to leave you with is this thought that, you just need to get her done, right? We're a get her done state, and you need to get her done. And other than, and it doesn't help your case if you don't get that done sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Senator Bebout, you had your hand up.
I did, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. And yeah, once again, I would share the welcome for the committee, Mr. President, and members of the board as well. And thanks for visiting with us here 3 weeks ago too. That was very helpful. And mine are the same lines about the budget. And of course, initially, and I'm not sure how involved you were with the original budget cuts that was proposed for the university. And of course, I had some pretty good heartburn with that because we had some serious legislative priorities that were involved in the budget, mostly one-time money involved in matching grants and things that are really important to the future of our state. And that were a substantial part of the budget cuts were originally applied, were going to be applied to, but that has been changed. However, there's still about 6 million there. So the first question is, I would hope that you and the board would be cognizant, and I think you probably are, of the way the legislature feels about some of these priorities as we move forward. The other question I have in that regard, and I've looked at other universities, and it gets back to both Representative Larson and Representative Summers about the time delay, and I've looked at other schools, and boy, they were able to implement things very quickly, and I'm not going to mention the names, but one of them immediately, like within 2 or 3 weeks of the substantial involvement of COVID and the problems with it, implemented a 20% cut to everybody making over 200 grand, and and 15% cut to 150 to 200. This is for a 2-year period. And they were able to do this. Obviously, they have tenure with their schools. That's another question. I would hope that you would look at tenure. Maybe there's a better way to do it for our university, because I've never been a fan of tenure. But so how do you relate our university and what we've done there relative to the lack of quick action compared to others, quite frankly, bigger institutions with a lot more money? And how do you plan on the second 10% cuts? If we fully implement those, how are you going to deal with those?
So Co-Chairman Bebout and Representative Summers and others who were asking or commenting. Well, first of all, perhaps we're having a bit of a different understanding of what I mean. So we have implemented our $22 million in cuts for this year. What we're talking about is, and this is being done by various ways in terms of attrition of faculty and other things that we're doing, but we have not put in place yet the longer term planning to be strategic about how it is we would turn cuts into specific programs that would be stopped or other programs that might be enhanced. And every university that I've been in has similar kinds of processes where there are long, lengthy faculty reviews. For example, if we were to stop a program in computing or in physics or in, you name it, areas that require review, those are not generally done unless you're in an exigency situation, which we're not, quickly without lots of review and board approval and so on. So from my experience, actually, we've responded as instantly in terms of being able to have a reduced cash flow into the university, and then, but the longer term plans do require some time. And perhaps if I could just take a couple more minutes, I can explain exactly how we're going forward with being more strategic about the kinds of cuts. So,
well, before you get into the future, go back to what would be wrong with implementing some short-term revenue reductions in terms of salaries? I mean, why not look at that?
Well, that is something, in fact, we have been looking at in terms of possible reduction in salaries. They don't help you as much as having a large number of attrition, for example, where we have is something like about 70 positions where people, for whatever reason, have either decided to move on to another university or to move out, or for example, some positions are vacant, and so those are not being filled. And so those are much more strategic and immediate kinds of cuts to the budgets. So, and I'll be happy to talk about the question about tenure if you'd like, but if that would be that'd be a very, very lengthy discussion probably, because very few universities do not have a tenure system, either in the United States or even globally.
Well, and I understand that, Mr. Chairman. I just think we ought to have a discussion about, not now, not today, and maybe it'll go nowhere, but in the world I live in, there's no such thing as tenure. People perform, they stick around, they don't perform, they're gone.
I've got a couple of hands. I got my Teton County delegation are waving at each other. I'll start with my colleague, Senator Guru. Preferential treatment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. President Sadal, I appreciate it, and I want to make sure I understand. You talked about $22 million worth of cuts that you've already worked through, and you alluded to it, but I'd like to get into specific. And the reason why is, and I think that we go about this, not to pile on you, but I know Trustee Brown's going to understand this better than anyone. When we're trying to cut in the middle of a budget cycle, every day we delay makes the cuts that we do make that much worse. So I'm very happy to hear that you have taken positive steps forward. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the $22 million worth of cuts you've made so far?
Sure, certainly. So, for example, I would say these are being developed or have been implemented in equal measure on the administrative side and on the academic side, so roughly 50% each. Where, for example, on the administrative side, we are looking at we've eliminated 28 positions. We have planned to reorganize support structures where we centralize our planning and our ability to deliver services, financial services, audit services, and those kinds of services. And those are the kinds that can be done rather rapidly. The things that I was focusing on, which is generally most of the discussion on the academic side, that's where the reviews take much longer. Of course, most of our salary at the university, more than half of the salary is actually on the faculty side. So that's where a lot of the effort has been. But just within administration, Vice President Theobald has done a tremendous job of planning through how to centralize services so we can reduce redundancy and duplication and so on. So we're able to do that. And so on the academic side, so I have let me just look at my notes here. On the academic side, we have $22 million for the biennium, and including about more than 80 positions that have been dealt with through attrition and turnover and so on. Of course, those aren't strategic. It just happens to be that people, there is turnover. And so if you immediately do not fill those positions, then you can realize cuts. Now, that's fine, and you can do that, but then that's not strategic. So for example, if half of a department just happened to be retiring, then you lose basically the effectiveness of that department. And then furthermore, there's certain priorities. I really want to make sure that the university is able to drive economic development more effectively going forward and support the industries that are important for the state, and also thinking about producing the kinds of talent that we need for the future of the state. Those kind of things take a lot more time to think about creating new academic programs or closing down others. So that's what I was focusing on when I was saying that we're taking more time as we need to.
I can follow up just one more, and then I'll go. So 80 positions through attrition, whatever. But to get to this $22 million number, if you could, we can do it offline. You don't have to do it right now, but get us a list of the things that have happened since March. I want to just say this, and just say it because I'm glad all the trustees are here, and I appreciate y'all being here. And I want you to hear this from me straight. You know, the rap I've got that I hear around is, boy, you know, UW sent all the students home in March, and they haven't made a cut. That's the precept that you hear out there in the state. And I want to be able to tell them that's not true, and I want to tell them what you've done. So send me a list. And I think everybody wants to do the same thing. That's what we're getting at here is that if that narrative is not true, then we want to get out there and work together and do what we need to do to get that straightened out, and then do what we need to do going forward. And we know it takes time. But like I said, the clock's ticking, and we're going to have to just start making these cuts. And so we want to know what we're looking at. So I appreciate your help with that. Thanks.
We'll be happy to send you a detailed list. So we'll get on that and send you what we can tomorrow. Of course, there is a document which you'll be able to see probably after this meeting with the number of programs that have been proposed to be eliminated and so on. Those of course, we have to go through faculty senate and review and ultimately approval by the board. But I would say that I have also heard from people saying, well, gee, you're going online, so why do you need why aren't your requirements for funding immediately decreased? Well, it turns out it actually, there are tens of millions of dollars of additional funding have been needed and have been provided through the CARES Act, so that we are able to provide all of the COVID-19 interventions and so on that we have to put in place, all the testing. And then the faculty actually are teaching in sort of a dual mode where they have to have both online courses for many courses and in-person courses. So it's actually kind of contrary to what people sometimes think. It does require a lot more effort and in fact funding in order to manage all of that. But if it's all right, could I just spend a few minutes telling you about the process for the more strategic pivot? So I am really focused on pivoting the university.
Ed, before we do that, I know Senator Representative Swartz had a question for you before we move on. Representative, you've still got a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can come up with one probably. No. So President Seidel, it's nice to finally meet you if Zoom counts as actually meeting. I don't know if you've been listening to the proceedings today, but we spent a fair amount of time talking about fees that our agencies charge and revising those fees. And in the process of looking at your budget cuts, to what extent are you looking at the fees that the university charges and other methods of augmenting the revenues?
So we are looking at fees and many other ways to augment revenue. So just some examples. I mean, among fees, those are a relatively small fraction of the revenue that we receive, but it's important, and they're usually targeted to very specific programs, for example, athletics and so on. And so in fact, in this semester, we've had to think about changing the fee structure, because the services that the students get are reduced. And so we've actually addressed that. So we've focused a lot. I didn't say much about COVID-19, but that's been one of the very important things that's kept us very busy going forward. But then in terms of revenue, there are multiple things we're thinking about for revenue. So for example, online courses. New online courses could generate additional revenue. And the university has frankly been a little bit late to the game in producing online content. And I think that there's a lot that we can do both to reach to our rural parts of the state, so we can make sure that we provide an excellent education even for people who aren't able to come to Laramie. We're very interested in doing that. And then we're also thinking about, for example, creating online programs that might be taken by people from around the country or around the world. And I know Neil Theobald has a great example of this. There was a budget crisis that he'd gone through at Indiana University some years back. The College of Business was very reluctant to do an online course for an MBA. They eventually decided that was the only way they could do it, and it's turned out to be a huge revenue generator for the university. And so we're looking specifically at what areas do we think we can provide unique content for learning, and then provide those kinds of capabilities. So we're very interested in doing that. We're also, of course, looking a lot at bringing in additional revenue for grants. And in fact, we're thinking, how do we make sure that we are configured so our faculty are able to be more competitive? We have nearly $100 million a year in federal grant funding, but I think we should be able to do better than that. We probably need to support some additional services so that faculty can put together competitive proposals and so on. So that would be another one. And of course, on the philanthropic side, that's important to us. So we've already had a number of meetings with the foundation about how we can be more effective at raising philanthropic money. But an area that I think we've not done well in the past has been corporate partnerships. And so I'm very eager to have more corporate partnerships to bring in revenues. Once upon a time, not so long ago, I was the director of a big national center at the University of Illinois, and was able to expand corporate partnerships from about $3 million annually to about $13 or $14 million annually. So those are important sources of revenue. So we're thinking a lot about the revenue side on this.
Thank you very much for that. And I just add, Mr. Chairman, when you see us in December, if you can give us an update on that, that would be very helpful.
All right, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And boy, I appreciate the frank comments you're making, Mr. President. And I know there's 4 board members there, and I want to thank them for stepping up in service. And it's not all bad and doom and gloom for our university. There's a lot of positive things going on. And I'm particularly excited about our relationship with the community colleges. But yet, as we look to the future with these revenues and we go into another 10% cut, you know, we're going to possibly have to look at programmatic cuts, which is what we're trying to do in general fund and state government. So from anyone of the board, how will you move forward in looking at, you know, we can't provide every type of degree to everybody, yet there's certain things we need to do. Have you given any thought to how you might proceed in some programmatic reductions in terms of classes offered, degrees offered, or is that not on the table?
Go ahead, Ed.
I'll start, and then maybe some of the board members. So this is where I was wanting to actually go in the discussion. So we are looking very, very hard at programmatic cuts. In fact, we have already proposed to the Faculty Senate, and which they may be looking at it shortly, about 24, well, about 24, it's not exactly 24, but about 24 programs in terms of degree programs that might be eliminated, or departments that might be consolidated, or degree programs that might be combined into, if they're too small, to be potentially combined into stronger programs. The primary criteria we've used in this first round of considering this is looking at programs that have low enrollment, but we'll be thinking also about how to make this more strategic going forward. We've also had a proposal of roughly the same number of programs that might be that would be important for the future. When I say more computational, more entrepreneurial, more interdisciplinary, and so on, a number of programs that would be potentially strengthened or enhanced in some way or realigned so that they can be more productive going forward. So we're in the middle of that process right now, but perhaps the board would like to comment further on the process around that. This process, Regulation 2-13 governs that.
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unmute.
Chairman. I appreciate it and the opportunity to be here. To your question, Senator Bebout, I think, as you know, the regulations, if you will, are a little bit not necessarily limiting us, but the time element has made that a little bit difficult. I think the other thing that needs to be pointed out earlier, because Representative Larson, you had a question. We've already, if you will, reduced the draw, and that cut has started already. So we have actually taken that distribution in reduction and then working through this process. And that was, if you will, kind of a stopgap to allow for some of these programmatic changes to be made, ultimately faculty cuts, because it's, we're 80% personnel. That's where we are. And so at the end of the day, and Representative Summers had made the point, we're just going to have to get it done. And that's what's been communicated to administration. So thank you.
Committee, any more questions for Ed or the trustees? I've got a couple of, but I'll wait. Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and President Seidel. My question is for you in regards to programming and reductions. Yet I see an increase in the School of Energy Resources with their new Center for Energy Regulation Policy Analysis. And in the past, when the university has taken on these sorts of projects, they've came with a goal of trying to guide something in a certain direction. So I should have a concern that this is going to lead to the university endorsing more climate change regulation, more things like that, and going against the bedrock of the state of our mineral industry. But more importantly, I just fear that here we are, the School of Energy Resources took a little over a $2 million reduction in these latest round of reductions, and yet we're growing a program, and in the newsletter it says it's funded by federal funds, private donations, and state appropriations. And so just a little bit more thought on that growth when everything else is contracting.
Well, Representative Walters, so first of all, the School of Energy Resources is currently taking a 10% cut, like basically most of the other programs here. In fact, and that is actually rather difficult for the School of Energy Resources, since the majority of their funding goes for tenured faculty who are actually in various departments. There are programs around the future of energy that are being funded in part by external agencies, for example, the Department of Energy. And in that particular center, I'm actually not familiar with the details of that, but I can find out more and get some more information back to you about that one. Perhaps one of the trustees has more information about that one, but I don't actually.
Thank you.
Dave, you want to weigh in on that? Mr. True?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To specifically answer your question, I don't want to, but I feel like it might be appropriate if I do. Representative Walters, that new center was actually spun up close to a year ago, well before I believe that these budget cuts were known. I happen to be the trustees representative on the ERC, Energy Resources Council, that oversees the SCR. So I'm somewhat familiar with that. It started well before there was any expectations of a budget cut within that school. And I still, in somewhat contrary to your concerns, which are very valid concerns in my opinion, in some camps around the state, I think the important thing about this regulatory school is to see what regulations impact or how they impact industries throughout the state. So I'm hopeful that it actually is a positive component of the school rather than being a detriment to our state.
Committee, any other questions for Ed or the trustees? We got Trustee McKinley would like to weigh in. Go ahead, John.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to circle back to Co-Chairman Bebout's question at the very beginning on the $6 million reduction issue. And I just wanted to make sure it was clear with joint appropriations that how UW is handling that is UW has told the governor's office that UW will handle the $6 million match internally from its existing reserve accounts, and use the same criteria as the legislature provided for those matching programs. And that by doing it that way, UW absorbs that payment internally, and it saves the general fund $6 million. So I wanted to make it clear how that was being done on that issue, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, John. I appreciate it. And you know, that's so important to the state of where we're so dependent on minerals, and anything we can do in that regard that enhances it. As we move forward, it would be, I'd love to see the JAC work with the board on some of those programs together. And we did some last year, usually working together. And so, you know, I think the groundwork's been laid, and I would look forward to the university working through your board of trustees with the JAC to be sure and implement those where we think we can have huge long-term benefits. So thanks for that explanation and for doing that.
Committee, any other questions from the president or the trustees? If not, Ed, a couple of things as I sit here and I listen through your presentations and talking about priorities and budget cuts and a whole rift of issues, and the one thing I never heard from any of that was what's the primary purpose of the University of Wyoming, and that's going to get right back to the priorities. It is a land grant university, and it has specific charters as a land grant university. And so, you know, from my standpoint as a policymaker and as a legislature, the other thing I didn't hear was engagement with the legislature. And consistent with the Morrill Act, there's a provision as prescribed by the legislatures of the state. And I didn't hear, I heard a lot about the faculty senate and about engagement with them and review by them, but I didn't hear anything about engagement with the legislature. So I think that's a very important component going back. Everything ought to be couched back against the original and the current mission for the university is to meet that land grant obligations. So whether it's a program that has low enrollment, but it's vital to the state of Wyoming, ought to be a priority program. Likewise, just to establish a program because it's going to bring in a lot of money that has nothing to do with our core mission, I think it's a distraction. But again, I just sit through there. These are things that I'm picking up on from my position, and I appreciate Ed. You know, we didn't have a chance to opportunity. You reached out to me, and it's just been impossible for me to get there. But as we move forward, engineering, agriculture, you know, those are some of the core foundations. Obviously, we can bring in all these other components through the Morrill Act. But if we don't know what our mission is, you can set all the priorities in the world and we're never going to get there. So what is the purpose? And again, I'm going to go back. There is a big role for this legislature to play in those priorities. It's just not the trustees and the faculty that are going to set those priorities. And I think you understand that. I know the trustees do, but I just want to reiterate that, from my position, from the talking points, I'm always going to be looking for those things when it comes from our university. So real quick, I didn't have anything else on that other than, again, it gets back the 10% cuts to SER and the tier 1 engineering. I think that's consistent with our land grant mission and stuff, but it's a concern of mine and a big concern.
Senator Hicks, may I respond to that? I appreciate
Absolutely.
that. I appreciate that very much. The Moral Act has got to be my favorite act of all time in history of Congress. So I understand the importance of it. I came from Illinois where it was signed by Abraham Lincoln. And so we celebrate it a lot. And I really celebrate that. I talk about that all the time with our faculty and with our constituents. I'm saying that for the university, I want the university to become a best-in-class 21st century land grant institution, true to its Wyoming roots. And that's become a sort of a new tagline for us. So I think a lot about that and love to talk with you all more about what that means. And you can bet that we're going to be enhancing programs over time. We'll find ways to do it that involve engineering and agriculture and energy, things that are important to the future of the state. That is what I'm all about. So thanks a lot.
All right. Well, committee, any other questions or comments? Any of the trustees have anything they want to add? We're running a little behind schedule, but certainly if there's something you'd like to add at this point in time, we're receptive. Kermit, John, any of you guys got anything you want to add?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Your leadership is exemplary.
I learned it from you, Mr. Speaker. John, any closing
Mr. Chairman,
thoughts?
I'm good.
Jeff?
I'm good. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for all you guys are doing.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything to add right now. Thank you.
All right, Ed, thank you, guys. We're going to move on then in the agenda. Next up, we have, I believe, the Wyoming Community College Commission. And I'm assuming that's you, Dr. Caldwell. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. I am Sandy Caldwell, Executive Director of the Wyoming Community College Commission. And I have quite a group with me here today. We do have our CFO, Mr. Larry Buckles, and we have 6 of the 7 college presidents today. I think I see them joining, or they will be shortly. We do have Dr. Hickswa, who is president of the President's Council for a short time longer, and president of Northwest College. We have, I believe, joining us is Dr. Leslie Travers, president of Eastern Wyoming College. We have Dr. Kim Dale. I believe she is joining, president of Western Wyoming Community College. I see Dr. Joe Schaefer is here, president of Laramie County Community College. Dr. Brad Tyndall from Central Wyoming College. And then we have Dr. Walt Tribely from Northern Wyoming Community College District. I wanted to mention there was an error on the agenda. His name is, in fact, Dr. Tribely. I believe it was typed incorrectly. It was probably my error as Dr. Tremblay, but it's Tribely, and he is at Northern Wyoming Community College District, whereas Northwest is where Dr. Hickswa is. So I wanted to mention that. And then finally, Dr. Darren Devine could not be here today. He had another engagement, but he will be joining us in December when we have more time to go with that. And so if I may, Mr. Chairman, I do want to share my screen, if I may.
Absolutely.
Okay. We have put together some talking points here so that we can try to make this go as quickly as possible. Because at the end, I do want to make sure to have time for the presidents to talk about what the impacts are directly on their colleges, at least briefly. We do know that we will be meeting with you in December, and we will have more time to discuss that. But I still wanted to give them some time because they are in the midst of a lot of work right now. So with that, I just wanted to point out that the 10% budget reductions and what would be the next 10%, the commission looks at these in terms of the guide for how to proceed. And that's really the guidance from you as the legislature. The mission of Wyoming Community Colleges for the state of Wyoming is statutorily defined. And then the 5 bullet points that are there are the state's interests that, again, were defined by the legislature as an outcome of the 2008-9 Community College Task Force. So this is really the lens through which they watch that. And I wanted to put the map up because while there are 7 colleges and college districts, the colleges serve all 23 of Wyoming's great counties. And then for so that we're having the same conversation, and I know Director Hibbard showed the chart. So the general fund determination of cuts for the first 10% was based on what was in the budget bill. And this includes Wyoming Public TV. That is a part of our budget for the commission. The budget lives within Central Wyoming College and certainly meets within the mission that you as the legislature enacted. Also included is a one-time appropriation for Wyoming Works, and that is actually listed in the state aid amount, but we have that designated so that you can see that distinction. And so that made for a general fund appropriation of $257 million. So our calculated cut was $25.7 million. That would be for the first 10. And then the second 10, of course, would be the same amount. So that's to put it in context. We are unique in that we are a coordinating agency and work with all 7 of the colleges. So we did seek some guidance, and I think you all know the guidance that came out from the governor's office, the executive branch, on how to move forward because the agencies did have the expertise in their areas. I already heard it today. Cut programmatically rather than incrementally to the extent possible. Avoid across the board 10% cuts. Try to eliminate complete programs rather than reducing so many of them so that they're not functional. We did get guidance that Wyoming Public TV and state aid for the colleges was to do the 10% for the first round of cuts, the step 2, and then a second 10% or for the 20% in the step 3 or the next 10%. I do want to mention that does include the calculations for health insurance, and it also includes libraries, which is an accreditation component for the colleges. And so when we had to move forward on this and we knew it was coming, I wanted you all to be aware of the budget reduction approach that the commission took forward, and actually met with the college presidents in advance of the commission meeting. And then we've been following along as we've proceeded. What I don't have listed here is we actually had it on the agenda on June 3rd and 4th at our budget meeting or at our regular meeting when we knew this was coming forward in preparation for what we might be seeing coming up. With that, we did hold a special meeting on June 22nd. That information is public. I provided it here for you as a hyperlink so you can see exactly what we provided to the commission. Within that meeting, I want to highlight a few things that we talked about and that was primary on the commissioners' minds as they did take action. There's a limited number of programs within the commission because the vast majority of the work, of course, happens at the colleges. And the programs that we do have are legislative priorities. Wyoming Works, Overseas Combat Veterans, Wyoming Investment in Nursing, High School Equivalency, and the adult education. And then also that the Wyoming Works program was a one-time appropriation to really continue the great work that had started in the prior legislative session, but it would not be allowable for a sustainable cut. The commission also discussed the fact that the adult education This is has a federal, it is a federal block grant to the state for the federal adult ed program. And there is a match requirement. And you heard a little bit about match requirements earlier today. Another component that we were very cognizant of, and that is the administrative technology funds. These serve the colleges, and actually part of them also serve in support of the work at the university. And many of them are contract-based with limited ability to change. And I wanted to mention many of these, most of these actually, are legislative priorities when it considers the computing systems at the colleges, the effort around the common transcript and transfer process, and the SLEDS, the statewide longitudinal education data system. So when you look at the overall administrative budget, a large chunk of that is actually operational for the colleges, and then the legislative efforts you've asked us to proceed on. And the commission was very, very careful that they wanted to limit the cut to the colleges and to Wyoming Public TV to the 10%. That was very important because we knew this was going to be a very large impact to the colleges. So if I can, I would like to let Larry step through, Mr. Buckles, through what those cuts, what we recommended and what the commission took action on.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Larry Buckholz, CFO of the Community College Commission. The next part of the slide where Dr. Caldwell left off kind of puts into percentages exactly what we proposed for the commission to take action on during that 22 June special meeting. And as you can see, it lays in with what she said, in as much as it's a 10% reduction to state aid and a 10% reduction to Wyoming Public Television. Two large programs, neither of which obviously that can be eliminated. So that was our starting point. So of that, right, you're at about 23 of the $27.7 million that's required reduction for the commission. We initially proposed not a peanut butter spread across the rest of what we have, but rather some pointed and targeted reductions across different programs that were sustainable and that kept those programs viable. So as you can see, we had created a budget reduction proposal that took 5% from adult education, almost eliminated the high school equivalency program. That's a program that we can't eliminate. It's a requirement for the state of Wyoming to have an administrator that runs that high school equivalency program. The program itself and the testing that happens through that, and many of you will remember this as the old GED program. It's larger than that now, in that there are other test providers that provide the same high school equivalency. We have to maintain some ability to be able to travel to testing centers around the state should there be a testing breach. So we proposed in this budget to leave $1,000. It doesn't eliminate the program. It keeps it viable because in the past 2 biennia, we haven't spent a dime of it. We reverted it all. So we propose giving that back early rather than waiting to the end of the biennium to revert that. The WIN program, Wyoming Investment in Nursing, we proposed stopping WIN loans for the rest of the biennium and using that funding to satisfy part of the reduction. We would have maintained that program through Teach Out to allow everybody who's in the pipeline to continue to be funded. We wouldn't have taken funding away from anybody, but we would not have maintained funding to keep that program funded to the degree that new students would be allowed in the numbers that they're currently allowed in. It still would have allowed for some reduced allocations to the colleges to be able to provide some loan funding to some WIN students in the next biennium. Overseas combat veterans. This is another program that currently is is probably overfunded. You might remember back in 2015-16, we had proposed eliminating this program. And as a result, the program was not eliminated, and the legislature took action to fund it at its full amount, not even with a 10 to 15% reduction that every other program that's generally funded suffered back in that period of time. We did revert just shy of 1/2 of that appropriation in this current biennium. So there's some money there that we could have used, and we will use in step 3. But back to this is step 2. And then we also proposed a reduction of 1 position at the commission offices, as well as some other funding within our budget, travel, contracts, stuff like that. We presented all of this to the commission, like Dr. Caldwell said, early in June at their regular meeting, on the 22nd of June at their special meeting, and again at the 7 and 8 October special meeting that the commission had. It's all out there in the public arena. It's all very transparent as to what we proposed, and then later what the governor's recommendations are. So the commissioners did write a letter to the governor, letting him know what those impacts were or are going to be concerning the colleges. And Dr. Caldwell on that slide also hyperlinked that one for you, so you can go and see that letter. Again, it's all part of the public record for the commission meetings, so it's all out there. So what the governor did after we presented that was, what does it look like if you eliminate a program? Back to his original charge. So we did that. We modeled that exact same thing. We took our lowest priority program, which at the time is Wyoming Works. It's the newest fledgling program. I will say it's been successful. It's going to be successful, but it was the lowest priority for the commission. It's new. So we started there, $2.5 million. That was the one-time appropriation given by the legislature. We took that as a reduction of a program funding. It is not elimination of the program. I'll reiterate that a little bit more by saying the funding that we got during the 2019 session is currently sufficient to teach students that are in that program through the 21-22 period. So it's funding that we don't need. It's funding that we will need in the future, because that original about $5 million appropriation will dry up. So it'll be brought back to you in the form of an exception budget, I'm sure, in the next fiscal period, and we'll work that shortfall. So we started with Wyoming Works, $2.5 million. You take the other 10% that is agreed upon to take right off the top of colleges and Wyoming Public TV, and we are at our $25.7 million. So since that $2.5 million in Wyoming Works was taken as a program funding, it eliminated the need, or it satisfied the need, of what the equivalent 10% cut would be in overseas combat veterans, WIN student grants, high school equivalency, adult ed, the position here at the commission. So that's how we ended up where we're at today, with $2.5 million in Wyoming Works, the balance of all of the reductions in the single line item of state aid and the single line item of state aid in Wyoming Public Television.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, what I do want to share is that the impacts on the colleges, it is severe, and for Wyoming Public TV. Just for a few things, the colleges did move very quickly, informed their boards. Many of them, I think actually all of them had board meetings to address how they would plan moving forward. Similar to what you heard in terms of the University of Wyoming, the colleges have teach out requirements related to their accreditation for programs. And then they have board policies and administrative regulations. So there's a little bit of a lag for them in how to manage the immediate cuts compared to what they might do more long-term. Nonetheless, I do want to bring up the point that they remove funding for high-cost startup programs. In part, that was a little bit of the cut that came from Wyoming Works. We were just about to launch that competitive application for that. Several colleges did tap their reserves. 3 colleges did claim financial exigency. That is a term you heard Dr. Seidel mention, that they had not gone to that, but some of the colleges did in fact do that. They went through a whole series of reductions, eliminations, whether that's positions, programs, services, including a reduction in athletics. That's important for you to note. And I do want to mention that the commission did establish its priorities for 2020, 2021 at its June meeting, including the recognition of the challenge around sustainable funding. I wanted you to know that because they were thinking about this, how to help navigate through this as the state's trying to manage the financial challenges. And the commission also just adopted in October its new statewide college system strategic plan that also brings up the fact that we have a lot of challenges. We have the state's purpose and the interest, the state's interest in the colleges to be balanced with the challenge around how are we going to navigate the sustainable funding into the long term, as we're one of the big 5. I also want to mention Wyoming Public TV. They definitely have reduced staffing and reduced programs, did lean on the foundation to help them through this transition while they can create sustainable funding cuts. Mr. Dugas, Terry Dugas, is the executive director of Wyoming Public TV. He is not here today, but he will be joining us in December to talk about what the implications will be of that second 10% that we are all facing right now. Before I turn over to the colleges, I did want to mention that the approach for step 3, this of course is an iterative process, but because we did do a public commission meeting, the information is public. Larry did discuss this in the August 27th, 28th special meeting that we just had. And again, at our October 7th and 8th meeting just a couple of weeks ago. And we will be following that same approach, and we'll see ultimately what the outcome will be on those. But if I may, Mr. Chairman, I know we've gone very fast, and I'd like to pause for any questions that you may have, but I want to make sure we have time for the college presidents to describe what those cuts meant and do mean actually at the colleges. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do want to give the presidents time to speak.
All right, any questions for Dr. Cardwell? Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Sandy, thanks for being here. And I know it says my internet's unstable, so I don't know if you'll be able to hear me or not, but just kind of lay out with the timeframes for the cuts, and maybe the presidents were going to do that as they rolled through what the cuts looked like, but kind of the same question we had to UW, or are you getting the cuts rolled out, or when will that happen?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Members of the committee, Representative Summers, those cuts have been implemented. The colleges did, in fact, move very quickly to have board meetings at their individual colleges, and they have, in fact, had additional follow-up board meetings that you may have seen in the papers, where they are planning on how to not only manage the immediate impact of the cuts, but how will they manage these long-term as they're able to make adjustments once they've completed things like the teach outs, how they might adjust based on some of their board policies. So to be clear, the cuts have been implemented. And the colleges have worked very directly with their local boards of trustees on how to actually implement those at the individual colleges. So you will hear that from the members, from the presidents as they get started here. Lastly, as I do want to let you all know that you as a committee did ask the commission to put together a sustainable funding work group. You can't separate that work from the fact that this happened, and your wisdom asking us to do that. We do have a draft of that proposal to help this in the long term, part of the discussion prior. And we will have the work group will meet on December the 2nd to finalize those recommendations. The commission will meet on December 4th to take action on those so that we have them for you when we come to the December joint appropriations supplemental budget hearing. Mr. Chairman, I see Mr. Buckles wants to he's probably going to fix something I just said.
Go ahead, Larry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, Dr. Caldwell, I'm not. I'm going to add a little bit to that in addition to what commission action happened during the 7th and 8th of October special meeting, the commission, or I'm sorry, regular meeting, they did take action and raise tuition. So as a revenue enhancement, some of the questions that you did ask UW, to add to that, the commission did increase tuition by 6%. So tuition went from $99 to $105 per credit hour for in-state residents. That has the potential, if nothing changes in relation to enrollment, has the potential to raise about $5 million in additional revenue per biennium for the system. Another commission action that happened is that the commission removed the cap. For those of you who have been around for a period of time, you may remember that 3 years ago, the first 12 credit hours were the only credit hours that were charged to a student. Everything over that was provided to them at no fee. Back in 2019, the commission moved that cap from 12 to 15 credit hours. And the analysis showed that it did not reduce the number of students that were still taking a full load. Based on that analysis, the commission took action during their latest meeting to remove the cap completely. So credit hours above 15 will now be charged by the colleges and that revenue will be realized. Later analysis will tell us if there's been an impact on enrollment related to that action or not. Thank you.
Committee, any questions for Larry Buchholz on that? Or Dr. Caldwell? Dr. Caldwell, did you want to give the presidents a second? And ladies and gentlemen, we're running about 45 minutes behind schedule, so I would ask you to be brief. With that, who wants to start out?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Dr. Hickswa is going to start, but I wanted to pause for a second because I believe Representative Schwartz had his hand up and I don't want to miss somebody.
Well, I was trying to miss him and now you brought it to my attention. Representative Schwartz, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Dr. Caldwell. I know he was going to ignore it. Partly, Mr. Buchholz answered my question because he referenced the tuition rate change. But I noticed in your list, you talked about financial exigencies and how it could impact accreditation. And I don't know if this is really a question for you or the presidents, but when I saw that, it terrified me. And I just want to know what the link is.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Representative Schwartz, that question probably really is better addressed to the presidents that have declared that at their institutions. So I will leave that to them, if that's okay with you.
All right. Dr. Hickswa, you're going to start lead off the bat here. Hope you make it to base. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. One of the things I wanted to share with you is the concerns about accreditation as we move forward. The individual presidents that go after me can speak specifically, but in general, as we look at these cuts, it is an impact on accreditation because they look at financial stability of an institution. And when they review us, they make sure that we have the resources to accomplish our mission and maintain campus. And with the round 2 cuts, we are vicariously close to not being able to do that. For example, at Northwest College with the recent snowstorm, I did not have enough staffing to be able to properly remove the snow. So that's a maintaining campus issue that just happened over the weekend that is exacerbated when we think about the staffing to do maintenance and repair kind of work and look at that going forward. We are also looking at challenges with our audit. I talked to the auditor that audits 5 of our colleges on Friday. He is concerned with our ongoing ability to be able to maintain internal controls and segregation of duties as it relates to our budgeting and management of our finances. He says that the round 2 cuts have cut us to the quick, and it's a critical challenge for the colleges going forward. Another issue is enrollment. The colleges are seeing issues with cutting programs impacting enrollment. So when you cut programs that have very little enrollment, it doesn't have impact on ongoing enrollment. But when your budgets are so tight that you're cutting programs with enrollment, those students are choosing to go out of state. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Travers because she couldn't be here today. She said that at Eastern, the program cuts have really impacted enrollment, not just in the programs that were cut, but also in other programs because those courses are no longer offered. So students aren't able to complete their other programs in a timely manner. She's also seeing students choose to go out of state to Nebraska and Colorado, as well as to the University of Phoenix, which, as we know, has huge advertising dollars, and they're capturing those students at quite an additional cost. Because Dr. Dale from Western could not be here today, she sent me her talking points, and the critical areas that they're looking at have to do with staffing. Much like UW, all of us range from 70 to 80% personnel. They have eliminated 10 full-time positions. They are reducing the contribution to retirement, so employees are taking on more of those costs, and they have eliminated or consolidated 29 degree programs. She says that additional cuts, because of the cuts that they've already made, will be devastating to their operations. I wanted to share that Northwest College in 2016 had 250 employees. With the cuts in 2016 and 2019, we eliminated 48 employees. The round 2 cuts eliminate 30 positions at Northwest College. And additional round 3 cuts would be very similar to round 2 cuts. That is a substantial proportion of our staff and faculty, and we would be unable to continue to meet the needs of our community, both for workforce and transfer. So with that, I will turn it over to President Schaefer, then to President Tribely, and to back up or clean up, to use your metaphor, Chairman Hicks, will be President Tyndall. So with that, Joe Schaefer, please.
Looks like you're going to load the bases to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Joe Schaefer, I'm the president of Laramie County Community College and still haven't made it to the cleanup position in the batting order, but I'm working on that. I'll try to be brief. I do want to share some thoughts from LCCC's perspective and share some broader thoughts. So not to contradict Dr. Caldwell, but we have not implemented our cuts yet. In fact, next week I will present my proposal to the Board of Trustees to reduce our biennial budget by $8 million or $4 million for the fiscal year. Our trustees declared a financial emergency in July, and we've been working on this reduction plan since then. To Representative Short's comment, we purposely did not choose the term financial exigency because of the accreditation impacts with that. Institutions that have declared financial exigency actually receive an additional layer of review when they're looking at adding programs or going through other types of reviews, because the Higher Learning Commission wants to examine the fiscal health and stability of an institution before it considers accreditation actions with that. Financial emergency is a term we use in procedure. It allows us to implement certain policies, procedures that essentially help us cut budgets and expedite different things that otherwise may take longer to reduce programs with that. But I share this to say that making this magnitude of cuts takes time. It's a complex process. It's both challenging politically and practically. And because these cuts were on the biennial amount and they actually happened after the start of the fiscal year, we had to find a way to buy time to plan for the reduction. So last budget session, the legislature appropriated one-time dollars to the community colleges for strategic purposes. I don't know if this is exactly what you had in mind. We had to use those funds to help us buy time to make these reductions. The remainder of the funds we needed to balance our FY21 budget had to come out of our operating reserves. And I just want to share a corollary. I don't know if it's perfectly apropos, but at one time I recall hearing that the goal for the LSRA at the legislative level was to have enough in savings to essentially help fund the state for a biennium. I don't know if that's still the goal, still the process or not, but currently our reserves are less than half, 46% of our allowable amount. And if we had to operate off the reserves that we have on hand right now, we would be able to operate for 2 months. So this impacts another accreditation metric that we call the composite financial indices. And one of the ratios that are considered there is a reserve analysis or reserve ratio. And so all of these changes to our financial station essentially impact the accreditation process and stability in many ways. And so I just share that to provide some context. So let me tell you just quickly about LCCC's reductions, and they will be in general because they have not been presented publicly yet. But my reduction or recommendations to the Board of Trustees will include the reduction of 32 positions. That's about 9% of our workforce. 19 of those positions are currently occupied, which means those people are going to lose their jobs. We're going to be recommending the closure of 2 of our 3 outreach sites, our Eastern Laramie County site, as well as the site on F.E. Warren Air Force Base, and we're proposing reductions to our Albany County campus. This is going to reduce services and programs to those locations and also present challenges with serving those populations. I'm going to be proposing reducing essential resources for our students. So that's campus safety and security positions. That's library staffing and resources. That includes student advising and other student support services. We'll reduce support for our employees through reductions in human resources and employee benefits. And then finally, I want to talk about faculty in our academic programs. I am proposing the elimination of faculty positions, and it's going to reduce course offerings and access. I am not, however, proposing elimination of any programs, and I want to tell you why. The first thing is just an understanding of how our funding is spent. You heard the trustee from the university, I believe, talk about 80% of their expenditures are on people. At the community colleges right now, across the 7 of us, 75% of all of our expenditures are on people. The majority of those expenditures right now are on non-instructional positions. So you might say, why is that? Well, first, instructional positions and areas are the most variable of our expenditures. So as you heard from Dr. Hickswaw, as we took cuts in 16 and have had to struggle with revenue issues over the last few years, the easiest and first place we go are to the variable expenditures. We reduce those down. The second reason our expenditure mix is that way is because we have a comprehensive physical plant. We have infrastructure we have to maintain. God forbid I get to the point where I can't shovel the sidewalks like Dr. Hickswaw said. But we have to sustain personnel to operate the facilities that we do that. So going too deep into our programmatic areas provides challenges. Another reason why I'm not recommending programmatic changes at this time, last year we deactivated 20 programs. Already faced with issues with financial challenges, issues with local revenues and enrollment revenues, we reduced 20 academic programs. And finally, and this is probably the thing that keeps me up at most at night, reducing academic expenditures at this time, closing programs, actually reduces capacity for us to reallocate those resources into the things we know you want us to be doing, the state wants us to be doing, and our local communities want us to be doing. If we reduce those resources now just to come in line with a budget reduction threshold, we no longer have the funds to reinvest if we want to start manufacturing programs, computer programming programs, entrepreneurship programs, what have you. And so we have to preserve some resources because as you heard this morning, the likelihood that there will be increased revenues coming from the state to start new programs, even if they are needed, is going to be limited. We're going to have to do that on our own. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, just a few final thoughts. So I can't argue with the need for these additional reductions across the state and all agencies with the reality of our current revenue situation and the time we have to bring our spending into alignment with it. These cuts need to be made, and we're doing our best to do those strategically. Further cuts, though, may be questionable. In some ways, as you heard this morning, the need for those cuts will really be predicated on the policy position you take as legislators. And as the Appropriations Committee. I can tell you that further reductions to the community colleges, especially taken in the way that we've had to do this, which is an allocation of 10% reduction in state aid, each campus figure out the way you want to do this, it's going to severely impact your system of higher education in the state. These next round of cuts, should they be needed, and I hope to heck they're not, are going to result in far more structural changes that will really change the very nature of your community colleges. And they're going to further impede our ability to respond to the current and future needs of the state. So here's my number one concern. Right now, we are letting budget cuts drive the design of our system of higher education. So you heard Senator Bebout mention this morning about the growth in expenditures on state government over the years. And we have to come to the point where we need to decide what is the right size of government for Wyoming. And I agree. And one way to determine that is by asking what can we afford or what does our current revenue support? But I'd also argue that we should be saying what type of state do we want, or what type of system of higher education do we want, or what type of whatever do we want, and then implementing the necessary means to achieve that vision. And I'll admit, I'm frustrated and I'm a bit perplexed by the lack of that vision, that goal. I can tell you what I believe our vision and agenda is for LCCC. I don't know if that fits or doesn't fit with the plan for what the state needs to be doing. And I also recognize the challenges of advancing an LCCC agenda, realizing that we're going to need your support, the state support, legislature support can be challenging if it doesn't fit with whatever that broader agenda is. And I know as appropriators, as members of the Joint Appropriation Committee, it's not your job to set that vision. It's yours to debate and determine the merits of the state spending its resources on that plan to achieve that vision. But I struggle that without that vision, especially if we see additional cuts, we're not going to know whether or not we're reducing in the right ways, let alone positioning our campuses to respond with wherever the state needs to go in the future. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions and certainly happy to sit down and be quiet.
Walt, are you up?
I'm up. I'm batting third.
All right. Well, I think he made it to second on that one.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Dr. Caldwell, thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to give a perspective in terms of process, and you can see how different we all are, and yet in the same boat. On June 4th, we all, the elected officials and agencies received the governor's letter about a 10% reduction plan coming beginning July 1. On June 18th, our board declared a special meeting where we did declare financial exigency. I did not have the reserves to make it through this biennium or for 1 year without making the cuts that needed to be made. On June 20th, just 2 days later, they held a special meeting that included an executive session. In that meeting were all of our trustees and the 2 board chairs that represent 2 advisory boards in the service areas that we serve. So the Gillette College Advisory Board Chair was there, and the Sheridan College and Johnson County Advisory Board Chair was there. And I laid out plans for reductions that included athletics and other programs. On June 22nd, I sent an email out to all the representatives and senators in my 3 county areas saying significant cuts were coming to people and programs, and students would be impacted. On July 1, in a special meeting, the board approved the budget for, obviously for this year, that included a RIF of 16 positions, of currently held positions. Before doing that, please know that I cut an administration first prior to that board meeting due to a natural attrition and combining and consolidating administrative and other staff positions, eliminated 7 positions, eliminated non-essential travel. We sold the majority of our motor pool and actions like that. On July 1, 16 positions, 10 in Sheridan, 5 at Gillette College, and 1 in Johnson County. We estimated our loss of revenue at approximately $4,060,000. The cut that I implemented and our board implemented in a fair and equitable manner prioritized academics, and it was at 4.2, approximately 4.2 million. Now that's more than the estimated loss of revenue, but knowing that a cut in the expense column is not necessarily net savings. We cut programs like culinary arts, which does bring in some tuition, some revenue, hospitality, some tuition, some revenue, athletics, $2.8 million to run the athletic program in Northern Wyoming Community College District. But it does bring in some revenue. So you're not fully saving when you make the cut. The positions ranged, as I mentioned, in athletics, but we lost our Energy City Voices program, culinary arts, hospitality, our armed police department, and the person that oversaw and ran and managed the Agri Park in Sheridan. Those were the positions lost. So 7 positions consolidated before the RIF, 16 positions as a result of the RIF, and an additional 22 positions will be exiting because they took advantage of an early retirement program that the board modified, but then ended. So people opted to take advantage of that. Of the 22, I may be replacing approximately 7. So I'll do the quick math. That's a total reduction of 38 positions in the very near future. Right now, we're down 22 positions. If we do, this impacted students, approximately 130 to 150 athletes, about 46 students in the culinary arts and or hospitality program, a like number, 20-ish in our Energy City Voices program. We no longer have an armed police department and other services. The next 10%, we will not be insulated from our fabulous commission, our Wyoming Commission. So our 10% cut was only 1.5 million, but we cut 4.2 million because of COVID-related losses of enrollment, single room occupancy in our dorms. We lost on food and housing. We've lost through enrollment, a $500 to $1 million estimated loss of reimbursements in health insurance. So frankly, the 10% cut that we received was a 35.5% of the cut that we made. Again, we all take a different approach to this. I didn't have the reserves and I don't want to get behind in a multi-year fiscal downturn. When the Higher Learning Commission does an extra review of us, I'm proud to say that they'll see ongoing revenue equals ongoing expenses. But I will not be proud of the fact that my institution doesn't have athletics and the other things that we used to have. The next 2.3 million, that's what our next 10% is. Be thinking in terms of one faculty position is approximately $90,000 salary and benefits. A classified staff position is approximately 70. It will alter the nature of the Northern Wyoming Community College District in a way that I hate to say we wouldn't be able to serve you and your needs for building the states, as we need to get more people back at jobs and not fewer. Anyway, thank you for your time. And I, of course, appreciate the hard work that you are all doing, and I will answer any questions I can. Thank you.
Thanks, Doctor. Dr. Tyndall, are you batting the cleanup?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am batting cleanup, but I think Joe did an excellent job. So maybe we got the order wrong, because he did do a good job talking about general principles. So I'll quickly try to explain kind of the cutting process. And we have made our cuts, but a little bit of background. As you know, in 2015-16, there was a lot of cuts. And then we took 10% cuts from this fall. And so we were very similar to Dr. Hicks, about 250 positions, and now we're down to around 210. And it would pretty much be 200, but we've been really aggressive with grants. And so grants gives you positions. There are grant funded positions, and they go away after several years, but we've been very aggressive on pushing other revenues. And some of those grants were meats programs and ag programs and Native American studies and things like that. And so what we did in 2015-16 too is we cut every single program that wasn't in the black. And that was very painful, except 2 programs. And for those 2 programs, we have done grants and philanthropy to pull them into the black. And so now cutting more programs just means I go further into the red in terms of tuition and state reimbursement money. So it's becoming very, very tricky. So the implications is we're cutting mostly in the future student affairs, and business affairs and student affairs means that you're cutting retention rates, because you need staff to retain students and serve them, as I'll explain. So with this last 10% cut, first of all, we did a hiring freeze December 2019. There was all this talk of the cuts are coming, they're coming. And so we just did the freeze. The only positions that we opened were faculty positions, for which basically there was 1 faculty per program, and you need that faculty member. We declared, as Dr. Schaefer did at his school, financial emergency, not exigency, because we don't want to bring bells and whistles and red lights to us. But basically, it's a language that's required by our board to do reductions in force. And so what we did, we reduced, and this was since summer, total 13 positions cut, 5.5 were from reduction in force, and 7.5 were from not replacing, attrition, if you will. And so to get an idea of what that pain looks like, people always want to know, what does that really look like? First of all, we closed our startup intensive program, which is entrepreneurship. And it was really, frankly, a very sexy, good program, but it didn't pencil out in terms of tuition revenue and state reimbursement, although holistically in the economic analysis, it was a very good program in terms of starting about 120 businesses, of which about 75% of those are still going, small businesses. So cutting that program was a reduction of force of 2 people. We had 3 recruiters, now we're down to 1, which is kind of eating your seed corn. This is not good, obviously. Custodial staff down for 1. Institutional research position cut in half. So now we have 1.5 institutional research. And those folks do all your reporting for all the requirements out there in the world. Cut 2 IT staff, and that's kind of frightening. We don't have really a big strength in network security. We do have a network person, but it's getting a little precarious. Cut a facilities maintenance person and a disabilities coordinator. So now we don't have a disabilities coordinator, which puts us at risk of not serving the federal guidelines, but we took those duties and frankly dumped them on somebody else, counselor, and we keep trying to just, muddle along. Another thing that we've done is we've increased fees. Now, it's just because of the nature we had to. We increased fees $10 per credit, which is a 22% increase for us. So our total fees are at $51 per credit, which is embarrassingly high, I have to admit, but it brings in about $270,000 that we need And so the total cut that we need for that 10% was just, $1 million. We're a smaller school. To soften the blow so that we could do more attrition as people leave, we have done furloughs. We are doing furloughs now. All our employees who make $40,000 a year or more, we have a tiered system of furloughs. So at the lowest level, the person who makes $40,000 is taking 6 days furlough, which is a salary cut of about 5%, and up to 10 days furlough. And I'm at the 10 furlough, I'm taking 10 furlough days, but you have to believe I'm not taking any days off. So it's really just a way to do a temporary salary cut. And we hope that, and the plan is to not make those ongoing and permanent. So since this fall with furloughs, we have to keep doing attrition to make up the cut. That's it. So that we don't have to continue furloughs forever. We've had 3 attritions since we've implemented the furloughs: a custodial, a cosmetology position. So now we're down to 2 full-time cosmetology. And then we reduced library staff. So library staff is down to 1.5, which is hard. And like I said, we're pushing hard on revenue. We started the Bachelor of Applied Science, all with overload and adjunct, no new staffing for that. So we are pushing hard. And the tuition fees revenues that the commission, the tuition piece that the revenue is doing to bring in revenue is good. We're bringing about $250,000 from the changes the commission made. And so that's how we're handling the 10% cut. For the next 10% cut, we've identified what programs and people they would be. We have a spreadsheet. And we keep pushing hard on the revenue piece. But we already know that for the next $1 million cut, that will start July 1st, 2021, we will have to cut 7 to 8 positions, reductions in force, or hopefully there'll be some attrition. And so now it's become, frankly, we're kind of bumping it up against safety concerns. We've tried in the past to run welding with one person, and it's dangerous, not having an extra set of eyes. We've done that with also auto. So this is kind of what we're looking at. The next pushing of cuts is you start looking at things like safety and dirty facilities and changing your trash 3 or 4 days and not every day and things like that. But we are doing a very similar strategy as Joe Schaefer, is that we're trying to keep our programs, because you have to have a place to serve and you have to be an institution that serves programs. I mean, programming is your product. And so cutting programs when they're already, you've cut the ones that are already all in the red, doesn't make sense for us because we've already cleaned up that situation, if you will. And so there's a whole lot more I could say of things we're looking at cutting in terms of services, outreach centers, and things like that. But I feel like you've all had a long day and I should probably just end it there. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them.
Committee, any questions for any of the presidents? Co-Chairman Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a little bit to what Joe was talking about, and 4 of the members of the JAC are on the Community College Select Committee. I believe Co-Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, Representative Walters, and myself are on that. And so we had a lot of discussion about this. And being an engineer, I look at numbers, and maybe someone can help me out. When I look at, and not picking on anybody necessarily, just to try to get a good comparative situation in terms of where we are. I look at the state in terms of our budget in the last 20 years. It went from a little over, I mentioned it earlier, 1.2 billion to almost, it was up to 3.6 billion down to 3 million. University, actually the enrollment in the last 20 years has gone down. The spending at the university has gone up, I think, around 300%. You look at our colleges, and they're like the lost stepchild, in my opinion, where the enrollment's gone up substantially. But if you look at the amount of money we give them, it's not proportionate compared to the other parts of what we do. And so I guess maybe Don, if you could help develop that a little bit more so we could see a true comparison. There's a lot of intangibles, I understand that, but at least that to give us a good basis and to see where the community colleges fit in terms of how we fund them relative to, state general fund dollars, our university, and a K through 12, just to get an idea. And looking at that, I think we'll see that the community colleges probably have been left out of the equation, at least in my opinion, not to way more than they should have been. So the question I have for the presidents, and we've talked about a third, and a third would be an ideal way to fund third, tuition and fees, a third local, a third state. We're about 56, 20, 24 right now. So the question I have, I really think we need to look at some revenue enhancement through our colleges. How would you feel about if we were to look at the tuition, bringing it up, looking at the local mills, if we could figure out a way to put that together to get you a little bit more funding in a more of an equitable way in terms of, we've got to reduce the state's involvement if we can. How would you feel about if we could do some local mills? We've talked about, adding the other counties that have the facilities but don't pay any mills. We're talking about that as well. So how would you feel about that?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Stephanie.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Co-Chair Bebout, we support those initiatives that were discussed in the special committee. We have a sustainable funding task force within the commission that we have been working on recommendations and doing some analysis, and some of that was presented to you at that last meeting of that special committee. We do support those ideas. They are alternative revenue sources that could really open up some opportunities for the colleges. However, I will remind you, we already did increase tuition, and without some of the checks and balances with increasing tuition, we have to be careful not to price our students out of the market without some other support systems in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And once again, welcome and thank you for your hard work. And I've beat this drum quite a little bit, and that is, I think community colleges want us to support more at the state level, but at the same time, I continue to ask, what are your repetition in programs? So why are the community colleges looking more at trying to be different than each other instead of the same as each other? And it even looks, I don't know, I've heard rumors that maybe Gillette splits from Sheridan and we have another community college, right? A completely different district of some kind. I don't know if any of those rumors are right, but how do we ensure that we're at the state level that we're not funding repetition among different colleges for the same programs?
Mr. Chair, I see Dr. Caldwell's hand up, so I will yield to her if that's okay with you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Representative Summers, a couple of things here. Within the Sustainable Funding Work Group, which we will have that report for joint appropriations as we come into our December hearing, we do address in part what you just brought up. The community colleges are a part of the regional economies. I think that's been well recognized. You heard Director Hibbert talk about that earlier today, is that each one of the regions do impact, and the colleges are a part of that, impact the overall regional economy. The reality is that some of the colleges do have very unique programs for their area that would not be sustainable for all of the colleges to have. And I'll give you an example, and that would be the Vet Tech program at Eastern Wyoming College. We only need one of those because it gets into what's called the saturation of the market related to the total number that you need within a region, but also the entire state. versus programs like welding or nursing, where we need those in each one of the regions. The other component of that that will be addressed within that summary document that we will be providing is that the community colleges do serve a site-bound audience. Very much so. A person who lives in, say, Evanston, and they're taking courses through Western Wyoming Community College, does not have the portability to move and go to Eastern Wyoming College, for example. That's where their lives are, their families, their jobs, because the community colleges do serve quite a large adult population as well. So we're very careful and thoughtful about that. That is within the statewide college system strategic plan as well. There is a difference between duplication versus replication, and very, very clear on when you would need duplication and when you would, when replication is actually appropriate because of the large land mass for the state. And finally, just as something that's really enhanced the college's ability to do that is from the Wyoming Works legislation that is still in place that now allows the colleges to provide consortiums, and they are in fact doing that. So I hopefully that addresses that, and I turn it over to any other presidents to address that further.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Brad, go ahead.
So just to make a clear example of what Dr. Caldwell said, is that so we all have nursing programs, right? And so why do we need all these nursing programs? So what this looks like on the ground is we have in Fremont County, 67% of our students are place-bound. They're part-time, full-time jobs, car payments, house payments, you can imagine, and they can't pick up and go to, let's say, Sheridan for a nursing program. So it's similar to thinking like, why does every community, every couple counties need a hospital? Why can't we just have one hospital? Forget all these small hospitals. How are they going to get there? How does that work? And with academic programs, it basically means you don't offer it. The other piece of that is with nursing programs, they're clinical, right? And so even if it's welding, you have that experience with your local shop, your internship, your apprenticeship, your clinicals, whatever the word is for that field, and that all is localized. And so the natural release valve that creates the difference between replication, and we replicate nursing programs versus duplication, is kind of capacity. If my nursing program cannot pencil out because I don't have enough people, I won't do it. So we want to do physical therapy, occupational therapy, but it won't pencil out because I only get 5 or 6, 7 students. And so that's when we say, not going to replicate, can't really sustain it, doesn't pencil out. So where do our students go in Fremont County? Go to Casper for physical therapy. And Diesel, same thing, doesn't pencil out. So we don't replicate it because there's not enough to do it. And so then they go to Western for that. But with nursing and certain programs, they sustain themselves and they are needed locally.
All right, thanks, Dr. Tyndall. Committee, we're now about an hour and 30 to 45 minutes behind schedule. So unless there's absolutely something that we've left on the table, I'm going to wrap this section up. I want to thank you, Dr. Caldwell, presidents of all of our community college. Always good time spent with you guys. We'll look forward. I hope that we get something out of that community college funding task force that will start to solve some of these issues. But again, thank you. We're going to move on to the next section on the agenda. We do have I believe, Dawn, the Wyoming Department of Health is scheduled to come before the committee. But prior to doing that, what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break for those of us with small bladders. But we will be back. Well, I was thinking of you, Co-Chairman Nicholas. But anyway, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 4:20 to get started.
So Larry, we're gonna be done by 10?
What do you think?
I think we should take bets on it.
Never bet with the guy that controls the agenda. Ask Treasurer Myers what happens about that.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, I'll bet you. I know the minute.
You've talked me out of it, but we are significantly behind.
Yes, we're a long ways behind.
And we are live.
All right, I think we got a quorum here, so let's go ahead and get started. Next item on the agenda is the Wyoming Department of Health, Director Caballos. I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Let's get rolling.
Stefan. We're going to go ahead and just let Stefan start. Hopefully we've got a pretty tight presentation and maybe can make up a little bit of time for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Stefan Johansson with the Department of Health. We're basically going to be working off a document that I believe LSO distributed to you called the Biennium 21-22 Budget Reduction Plan. But happy to take any additional questions as we go. Starting on page 1 of that document, Mr. Chairman, which is after the title page, you can see that we were directed to implement a 9% general fund budget reduction, which totals a little bit over $89 million in general fund. The corresponding federal fund reductions that we estimate as part of that $89 million general fund reduction totals about $49 million. However, we were able, in working with the governor's office and the budget office, to leverage one-time savings as well as some alternative revenue increases to the tune of about $23 million and change. So for the 21-22 biennium, our total effective cut with general fund and federal funds is about $116.5 million. But going forward, that changes a bit in the standard budget as we move into subsequent biennia. You can see in table 1 on page 1 of that document, we tried to break out these cuts into some more discernible categories given the complexity and the size of the Department of Health's budget. And we used 4 categories: administrative, contracted services, program eliminations, and program reductions. And you can see those categories broken out across all 5 of our operating divisions, as well as the totals there on the far right-hand side. Again, our total general fund reduction for this step 2 directed budget cut was 9% at just over $89 million. Moving on, Mr. Chairman, to page 2 of that document. Here is where we outline our what we called one-time savings and revenue increases. I'd like to hit on just a few of those and happy to answer any questions, as this was a bit of a creative and clever approach to leverage some funding that we didn't expect to be available in the last biennium and carrying over into the current 21-22 biennium. The first 2 rows, Mr. Chairman, on table 2 are in the healthcare financing division. And because of the coronavirus public health emergency, CMS has increased every state's federal match rate in Medicaid by 6.2%. So essentially a 6.2% match bump was started back in I believe in April, if not the end of March. So accordingly, we had more federal funds than we anticipated in the 1920 biennium. And as this committee might remember, you authorized, and as did the legislature, for the Department of Health to carry forward all of its unspent and unobligated reversions from the 1920 biennium to the current biennium to finance our facilities staffing project in Evanston and in Lander. But because of this 6.2% match increase, we had far more federal funds and thus offsets to general funds than we anticipated. And so we're able to capture those on a one-time basis as part of this budget reduction package. So everything that you see in that table that references the 6.2% FMAP increase, that's essentially what that is. And in addition to those, the revenue increases that you see here across additional $5 for birth certificates, death certificates in our vital records office, a reduction to the Title 25 per diem, and the elimination of the Senate File 150 health innovation funds, which were also one time, and some contract reductions to the Life Resource Center. All of these are either one time or represent alternative revenue increases that don't fit as well in the standard budget, and those totaled about $23.7 million of general funds. And you can see in the penultimate column there with the federal funds and other funds, this is essentially an increase in either federal fund revenue or general fund revenue. Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there. That's the very, very broad overview and see if there's any questions. But I did want to point out on page 3, this is a table that the committee has seen quite a bit before. And I know there were some questions when Director Hibbard was testifying earlier this morning about the Department of Health's budget, and he referenced some of this information. I did want to point out and reiterate to the committee that you can see on table 3, on page 3 of this document, that 91% of the department's general fund budget is really in 5 program areas, including Medicaid, which also includes our home and community-based waiver programs, community mental health and substance abuse, developmental preschools, and the state hospital and the Life Resource Center. So when you compare that to what you see on the first page in the summary table, you can really see where most of these cuts to get to a 9% or a 10% reduction, we do have to hit most, if not all, of these areas. And as you saw on our principles listed on page 1, in conjunction with the governor's office, we did intentionally minimize impacts on the behavioral health continuum, including our 2 safety net behavioral health facilities at the State Hospital and Life Resource Center, which unfortunately, but realistically causes us to have to increase cuts in other areas. So just wanted to point that out. And in addition, Mr. Chairman, as Kevin Hibbard mentioned earlier this morning, the department's budget is somewhat unique in that around 90%, I think it's closer to 91% of our general fund and our total operating budget goes out the door in forms of payments and reimbursements to providers, to local businesses, to private organizations across our state. And 10% of our budget is basically, I believe Director Hibbard mentioned, for personnel. It's really just for administrative and overhead expenses, including personnel in general. Of that 10% of administrative costs in our overall budget, the vast majority of that 10% is at our 5 healthcare facilities and in our field offices. So you'll see in this budget summary that for step 2, I believe we reduced 6 full-time equivalent positions, or 5.5 FTE and 1 part-time position, which is relatively low. But I would just mention that given the projects at the State Hospital and the Life Resource Center, which we worked with you all and the legislature to finance for the long term by repurposing internal funds and internal positions last session, it really is difficult on the personnel side to cut positions at the department without hitting our 5 direct care facilities that are across our communities in Wyoming. So, Mr. Chairman, as Director Ceballos mentioned, tried to save you a little bit of time here, but I know there's probably quite a few questions, so I'll stop there, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Summers, you had a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just quickly on the reduced per diem rate for Title 25, It says reduced rates to certain hospitals. So we're cost shifting this reduction in a per diem to who, or is it a cost shift?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that rate reduction will come in the form of payments to what we call designated hospitals. These are psychiatric hospitals who house Title 25 and treat Title 25 patients before there's a bed available at the state hospital in Evanston. That per diem rate currently is $677 per day. That will reduce effective January 1st to $610 per day. So that is a rate reduction to when we say certain hospitals, it's just because most hospitals in the state do not have a psychiatric unit. These would be hospitals like Wyoming Behavioral Institute, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center has psychiatric beds, Ivinson in Laramie, and I believe 2 or 3 in Gillette.
Any other questions, committee, for Department of Health? All right, I guess if there's no more questions for the Department of Health.
You got one, Senator Hicks, you got one.
We're at, over there in the corner. Representative Schwartz.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Stefan, I'm looking at table 4, and in the 8% bracket, there's just a number of these programs that don't have any reductions proposed. And I'm just curious about the rationale. I mean, what comes to mind are the retirement center and the Pioneer Home. And as much as I like both those institutions, I'm curious how that decision was made.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I'll answer briefly and then see if Director Ceballos has anything to add. It's a good question. I think there's a lot of programs in that row that you mentioned that quite frankly are overloaded with federal funds. So the percent of general fund of many of these you can see is quite a bit lower. In addition to your point specifically about the 2 aging facilities, the retirement center and the Pioneer Home. Number one, the retirement center is currently operating in a revenue neutral capacity. It's not really reflected in the budget, but through an enterprise revenue account, that facility currently breaks even. I'll look to our CFO. I believe it actually makes money at this point. 122,000. Okay, so there's the general fund at that facility has basically been scraped, and that revenue reverts to the general fund. So essentially, by cutting the retirement center or privatizing it, as has been mentioned before, you will save on depreciation, major maintenance, and long-term position obligations. But the general fund savings in the short term is pretty minimal. In terms of the Pioneer Home, there's a similar situation there with the revenue, certainly not as dramatic as the retirement center, but at the Pioneer Home, I believe its operating budget is a hair over $4 million a biennium. That general fund expenditure or subsidy is actually closer to $2 million because of the revenue that it collects. But Representative Schwartz, you know as well as I do that the privatization or spinning off or selling the facility or giving it to the county, that's been a discussion with this committee and others for a number of years. Came out of discussions with the facilities task force, which ultimately, those decisions both in the legislative branch and in the executive branch have not been implemented. So without that being, for lack of a better term, a legislative preference or a certainty there, we did not target the facilities, Pioneer Home included, in our step 2 reductions because we really, that has over the years caused some challenges with recruitment, retention, filling the facility because of the uncertainty that, what is its future. So that's part of the reason that we held off, hitting that facility in particular. But Director, feel free to correct anything I've misstated.
That's all correct.
Chairman Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 quick questions. One, in the mental health and substance abuse, which is primarily state dollar, did we see a 10% reduction or the 9, whatever it is, did we see it? And second of all, or will you be looking at all as we look at the second round of cuts to a way we better provide the funding mechanism on that so it's more outcome-based rather than a revolving door?
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman Bebout, you're right to observe that on the mental health and substance abuse side, they did not, that cost center did not take a 10% general fund reduction. Again, like other agencies have mentioned today, we did not go across the board with blind 10% reductions in every unit. You can see on table 1 on page 1 in the behavioral health division in its entirety, it represented just under a 5% general fund reduction, the majority of which were in the developmental preschools and administrative areas of the division. Like I mentioned, we, in consultation with the governor and his staff, we did make a decision in this first 10%, or for us 9%, to minimize those impacts on the behavioral health continuum, including our facilities and mental health and substance abuse, for a variety of reasons, not the least of which are the facility projects, as well as the discussions on mental health and substance abuse reform that are currently going on with the subcommittee chaired by Representative Larson and Senator Kinski. Going forward, Co-Chairman Bebout, I think it's easy to envision that if further cuts are directed in step 3 or beyond, with a line item that large in general fund, it will be nearly impossible to hit our targets without hitting that, our second highest line item, which is mental health and substance abuse. But again, I would mention that by our ability to leverage those one-time savings in the federal fund and revenue increases, we were able to offset some of the cuts that we had proposed to implement back in June to the governor. But when those funds became readily available to leverage, we were able to reduce in certain areas.
Yeah, and I think we'll hear more from that tomorrow from the subcommittee too. So stay tuned. Committee, any other questions for the Department of Health on the budget presentation on the cuts? Well, with that, Director, if there's no more questions from the committee, I think you guys are off the hook today. We'll see you back tomorrow on the task force. And with that, next item on the agenda is going to be Department of Administration and Information, A&I. And I'm going to turn that over to you, Director Bach. The floor is yours. Need to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the JAC. My name is Patricia Bach, and I'm the Director of A&I, and I'm here with Aaron Williams, who is the HRD Administrator. We were asked to attend the meeting to give an update on the governor's HR centralization initiative. So I wanted to go through that process today. This centralization is outside of the step reductions that you've been talking about, but it's certainly part of what the governor is looking at in addition to his step cuts too. So some of those additional items are furloughs, HR centralization, some of the motor pool reductions and pilot programs that we're looking at. Those are the initiatives beyond what the step 1 or 2 cuts were. The executive order was signed on July 17th, and that is an accelerated schedule is what we implemented given the budget cuts. So we're on track to finalize the HR completely, we hope, by April. The positions, currently we have vacant positions that will be carved out. You'll see them in the vacant reports that you'll get, both the November report and then the one in January. What you'll see there is it'll say HR centralization in that vacant report. Those are positions that we are holding open. We are not filling them at this time. And currently we have at least 8 that we're looking at that are higher level positions that folks have either decided to move on and don't want to be a part of the HR centralization, or there were retirements that happened. So you'll see those in those reports as well. The positions, we went through approximately 3 months, August through just completed the beginning of October. 140 some interviews with employees around the state. If you can imagine, there's a lot of folks that do HR work, but they also do other stuff. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the right folks who are doing HR. And those that are doing less than a certain amount, we are going to absorb that in the centralization. So we came to approximately 87 positions that in different agencies that are doing 50% or more of HR, most of them doing full HR work. Within those positions, like I said, we have some vacants that we're holding back. We don't need 87 positions for the HR centralization. So we are also on track to be looking at approximately January 1st to determine where we are with those cuts. So we need approximately 65. So we're looking at that much of a difference in what we have and what we need. So that is what we're looking at right now. Those positions are with the budget department. When they get B11'd over, we will then start putting in what we consider what the structure will look like. So the structure is what we're working on right now. How is this structure going to look for the state? Instead of having HR in each of the individual agencies, how's it going to look under HRD? So then what we have to do is determine what positions and where. And then we go through the process. As you're well aware, there's property rights. We have to go through the RIF process with those positions. It does take time, which is why we say January 1st. So we are right at the beginning of the organizational part of the new centralization. The hard part is what's coming up now, which is the budgets. Only one agency has an HR budget, really. ANI has one, but that's HRD, it's not an HR. They don't do HR work for individual agencies or for ANI. I have an HR specifically outside of HRD for ANI. So what happens is we have to look at those budgets and try to determine how much is spent on HR with these folks. The positions, like I said, are easy. Big initiatives are easy, like systems. Systems are easy, that's Kronos and PeopleSoft, and big contracts are easy, like the Employee Assistance Program. So those items, like I said, are easy. The hardest is the service and support. So how much, for example, does the Department of Workforce Services, how much is in their administrative budget for HR to do their service? That is not an easy number to come up with. You can't just go to their budget and pull it out. So we have to be methodical and work with the agencies, which we have been doing. We have to get it right because one, we don't want to take too much outside of HR, but we also don't want to take too little. If we're going to make savings out of this and have a reversion to or a savings to the general fund, we need to be able to be pretty on par with that number, spot on that number. We don't want to have, which I don't think will happen, but what we don't want to have happen is an agency getting the benefit of us not taking enough and giving it back to the general fund, and then they can revert it and put it somewhere else in their agency. So that's the hardest part that we're working on right now. The agencies have been very helpful. We've been working very well with them throughout this process, and we are just starting that methodical process of the budget aspect of it. So that's kind of a really quick way to say where we are with the HR centralization. There are also, as I said earlier, some agencies and some positions that don't do a lot of HR, but they do some. The boards are a good example. We are going to absorb that. So there is a cost avoidance part of this as well. And those are the things that maybe in December, what we can do is have a better handout, kind of tell you where we are in December. But I would stand for any questions, and so would Ms. Williams if you have any questions on the centralization.
Committee, any questions on this and consolidation? HR Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So Patricia, I'm just curious of, as you're doing this, I hope that you're putting this together. My first question is, what was the governor's impetus to do this in the first place, that he thought this could be a money saver? And as you're putting this together and seeing what you have to do to create this entity, are you kind of monitoring the costs of what you will need and making sure that in fact it doesn't actually cost more than what we've got now?
Co-Chairman Hicks, Co-Chairman Nicholas. That's a very good question. I think the impetus, as you're aware, this was part of at least some discussion with the Efficiency Commission. HR centralization is something that has happened in many states. Most states are heading that way. HRD has always been a hybrid. So we have been, I would say 75% consolidated. So we took care of, we in HRD take care of recruitment compensation, PMI, which is your performance instrument, and rules. So a lot of what we do is already partly consolidated. The rest was essentially the people. It is something that we are keeping very good track on. I think what we see is we don't need, and I want to be careful because I don't want to say we don't need and we don't. The positions are a big part of it. We look at the best practice for the human resources around the states, government and private, and how many per person you need. We have 8,000 employees. We do not need the amount of HR folks that we have in the state right now. That is something that is the majority of our cut. We also look at the systems. We have some folks on ESS through the auditor's office. We have some folks on Kronos. We have some on PeopleSoft. We're looking, the SAO, Director Knopf and myself are working from what the Efficiency Commission tasked us to do, is to try to centralize that as well. So long story short, I think the governor's impetus was that the Efficiency Commission in this area made sense. I agreed with him, had multiple conversations with him. We have looked at this issue for the past at least 10 years. Erin Williams has been here for 20 years and she's done multiple white papers on why it does save money. Other states will tell you why it saves money. So I think what we did was take what the Efficiency Commission did and what we have looked at over the years and worked with the governor's office. And that's when he decided to put that forward so that we can go down that road.
All right, committee, any other questions for the director? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and Director Bach. Thank you for being here today. The comments that I receive in my part of the world is sometimes there is a disconnect between HR and the state employees around the state, because a lot of the HR is administered out of Cheyenne and it's a long ways from everybody else. And with budget cuts, the ability to travel, the ability to have a personal meeting with a lot of the employees of the state can be jeopardized. And so as you take into account the consolidation, which by the way, I support, but I have to tell you, that's probably my number one concern, is a disconnect, that everything gets centralized in Cheyenne and you have employees around the state that
Representative Larson, you're muted. Lloyd.
How's that?
Better.
Did you hear any of it? Yes. Okay, so that's my biggest concern, Director. If you could just address any conversations you've had in that matter, or maybe I'm just missing the boat.
Co-Chairman Hicks, Representative Larson, I do not think you're missing the boat. I think that is a concern And I think it's a valid one. What we have decided, and I will make clear, is this is not a consolidation like ETS. So the worst thing you can do is take HR out of the buildings. And what we are doing is keeping HR in the agency. So an example in Cheyenne would be, for example, the Herschel building, multiple agencies. We will have multiple HR folks in that building to take care of those folks. Now, the same holds true for the folks in Casper, the folks in Riverton. The problem you have is, for example, the folks in the small towns. And I agree with you. And we are working with the HR and the agencies that have folks all over. For example, you have folks for BFS that are up in Jackson. We will be able to have an HR person hopefully in there. It may not be a BFS and be in that BFS building, but it'll be in Jackson. So what we're looking at is kind of a hybrid of what you saw in the Efficiency Commission with the Centers of Excellence. I think eventually we can get there, but right off the bat, we're not going to be able to get there, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to have somebody in that area to take care of them. For example, and also when the Casper office building comes online, you will have a team of HR in Casper to service all of the folks in that building. That's the idea that we look at. But I think that we take your concern seriously, and it's a concern we have as well. I hope that's a question.
Thanks, Director. Any other questions for Director Bach? Committee? Director, anything you'd like to wrap up with?
I think we're good. I think that by the time you have your next meeting, I think if you would like to hear an update, we would probably have a little more information and some more handouts for you.
All right. Well, we'll plan on seeing you tomorrow on a little EGI. With that, I'm going to go ahead and Karen, do we have anybody in the wants to make public comment on any of these items that we've covered on the agenda?
No, sir, we have no one waiting in the waiting room.
All right, then no public comment. Then we're going to move on. Next section that we have on the agenda is State Construction Department, Interim Director Mel. Are you with us? Karen, do you know where if Mel Mudrow is?
We had him a moment ago.
Yes, he must have a technical connection problem because we just let him in.
Well, I hear some humming on the line. I wonder if that's Mel. Here we go. Mel, if you'll unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mel Muldrow, Interim Director, State Construction Department. I have Laura Anderson, our budget administrator, with me. State Construction Department was asked to provide a few documents. We provided the Governor Gordon's letter from Speaker Harshman regarding reductions for school facilities appropriations, which, as you remember, talked about the $842,247 from engineering and technology, design and construction for Fremont County 25 for $8.2 million delayed, and the design of Washakie, $2.5 million. And then we were also asked to provide the state's CapCon budget sheet, which we provided to you. I can surely walk through those two for you, or if you have any questions on them. And then I understand that Kevin had asked for some information regarding major maintenance, and we have some information on that too.
So rather than walk through it, I'm going to ask the committee any specific questions on the capital construction stuff. We've been through that somewhat. Doesn't look like, Mel, there's any questions on that. So if you want to go ahead and go into the major maintenance component, I think that's the interest of the committee.
There was a, so I think what I will do, Laura sent Kevin a sheet, but in lieu of that, I think the question was regarding the major maintenance, what effect does that have on the cuts that we just did in the phase 2? So the difference is, and let me walk you through it a little bit. For instance, in our original budget for major maintenance minus all in, as you know, would have been 128 million. With the cuts, we're down to $47,881 in major maintenance for the biennium. And so with those, and that's the norm. That's what our portion of that would have been, minus the University of Wyoming's 47 million and the state parks 6.3 million. So what's left is what we have to feed to the agencies, 14 different state agencies. So with that, that leaves us with a cut for the biennium, $30 million. So that's $30,523,000 for the biennium. Now, let me sort of walk you through. That's based on square footage, as you know, plus some other factors using RS means to figure out the dollar amount for what major maintenance should be. But as an example, if we look at the community colleges portion of that 30 million, 33% of that budget goes to the community college just by sheer volume of the size of the college. So of that 33,523, 10,200,000 of that goes to the community colleges for the 7 colleges. The remainder, roughly $20 million, goes to fund the other statewide agencies. As an example of what's left, just to give you an example, by percentage, that's 33.4% of the major maintenance money that we have left in this biennium goes to community college. The rest is divvied out amongst 14 other agencies. And that ranges, as an example, before the cuts, I'll use a large person. Wyoming Military would have normally gotten $7.7 million in major maintenance money. What they will have this year for the biennium, for the next 2 years, is 2.8 million. So half of that 2.8 million is what we will feed major maintenance this year. In this starting in July of this year till next year, we're going to spend about 1.4 million of that money on the military. Normally, they would have been getting about $3.6 million. So the difference is they're only going to see 1.4 million this year. So that's a little bit less than half of what they would normally get. We sent you a sheet that I think Kevin will give to you later. But on that sheet, it breaks out all of the major maintenance project by agency that we have in the queue for this year. As you know, we do facility planning every year with every agency. They provide us a new list of items to fund. And so in that list, you'll see a list prioritized 1 through however many projects they've requested and the dollar amounts that we've approved based on what we had originally in the budget. So again, as an example, A&I had 84 items in their queue for major maintenance for this year alone. Of that 84 items, the total requested was $5.2 million. What A&I will get this year in the first portion of the first half of the fiscal year will only be $2.4 million of their 5.2 million ask for this year alone. So they're going to lose half of their projects, and not necessarily half of the projects. By dollar value, they'll lose half the projects. But if I did the math of the 84, they will lose approximately, they'll only be able to do, if I go through the priority list, they'll only be able to do about 52 of the 84 items on their list this year, as an example. So it does, so I guess the bottom line is the drop in major maintenance will surely reflect dramatically in how we're able to do major maintenance projects. And again, the priorities are highest to lowest. And so you'll see all the major things, for instance, like perimeter fences, repairing gutters, motor pool, emergency power, fuel stations, ADA, motor pool again, arc flash strut studies. These are for electrical panels and different things like that. So they're truly prioritized in the priority list, but it is done annually because, as you know, in major maintenance, it's fairly fluid. And sometimes you may have priorities that might come out through the year that will then bump some of these even further down the list. So that's all I had on the major maintenance. Thank you.
All right, yeah, committee, any questions for Mel? Mel, you dazzled us.
I did. Well, that doesn't happen often.
We're speechless.
No, that's all right. I'm okay with that. If you have any questions, once you get this sheet, it's really a very good sheet that'll sort of walk you through the project. If you have any questions about any of them, I've got even more data below that we can share with you. So.
Yeah, and Dawn just sent that out to all the committee members, so you should have that on your email if you want to pull that off of there. It shows all those priority rankings and what was approved and not approved. So.
Larry, we want to know what song he was humming before he came on the screen.
Who I was humming?
I think that's the question, Mel.
Oh, I wasn't humming anything. Because you know I'm a shy person, so let me leave it there.
All right, committee, if there's no more questions for Mel in the State Construction Department, Mel, thank you. We're going to let you off the hook. So that gets us through the agenda today, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. Any thoughts for the day? Any follow-up activities that we need to do, Dawn, and then preparation for tomorrow? So Co-Chairman Nicholas.
I'm just, my questions go to Don. And Don, what else do we need to do or get ready for tomorrow?
Mr. Chairman, today was obviously heavy on big picture revenues and then the budget reductions. Tomorrow are very specific areas. We'll kick off with the IT consultant, and that will comprise most of the morning. In the afternoon, there's a discussion of the budget division reorganization, school trust land parcels, the data book working group, mental health, substance abuse subcommittee report, EGI, and then the authorization of funds during the interim. So it's a disparate group of other activities. I will work with the chairs. I think the only deliverable from today was to have the assigned JAC members review the fees and submit those to an assigned working group. So I'll work with the chairs on that working group.
Yeah,
Chairman Beba.
Mr. Vice Chair, good job. I've got nothing else to add. We'll just get after it tomorrow. Good, productive day, a lot of information, a lot of work ahead of us. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Well, members, with that, if that's the business for the day, we're going to adjourn until 8 a.m. tomorrow.
And Mr. Co-Chair, you'll have the show.
Sounds good. I'll see if I can get it a little faster than Larry.
Well, we're only 5 minutes after the agenda.
He finished strong. You got to give him that. You got to give it to him. He finished great.
It's just a bet offer I put on the table.